Well, Amarillo, we're back again. I'm here with Melody Graves, and so Melody, tell us a little bit about you and what you do in Amarillo.
My name is Melody Graves. I am a North Heights resident. I work at Amarillo College as the Associate Director of Academic Advising, and I also have become a community advocate for the North Heights community.
Oh, solid.
Yes, so currently I am the president of the Amarillo United Citizens Forum,
Yeah.
the Black Historical Cultural Center.
Yeah.
In the past, I've held a lot of different spaces, but the main thing is that I want our community to come together, and I want us to get equal treatment as far as the city and everything.
Yeah. Um, you've been in my time here at Face City. Kind of known you a little bit from a distance. I know your name. I know who you are. But you've been a great, not just a great partner with Face City, but also a great advocate for us. You know, you guys own, or you're involved with the group that owns the property across the street from us, and sometimes we need that for overflow parking, and you guys have always been gracious with that. But you know, maybe not so much from the homeless aspect. We are a homeless shelter. We're doing this because it's a National Homeless Awareness Day. But can you tell me how important it is for Face City with the resources that we offer, that you see that it impacts, you know, the North Heights and the flats over here? Because we do have, you know, we have working families that, you know, they live in the neighborhood, they have jobs, but they need school supplies, they need clothes, they need an extra meal. How, from your experience, how important is it for Face City, especially now that we've moved from where we were into the neighborhood, for this resource to be available to the neighborhood?
I think it's extremely important when you consider what's going on with our economy and in our world right now. People are struggling,
Yeah.
and there's no amount of goods and services that we can provide that's going to fulfill every need. And so having you guys here in this community providing some of those essential needs for our families is extremely important. And I'm just grateful that you are here and willing. You know, sometimes people move into the community and they just take care of themselves, but you guys have been at the forefront of making sure that you are open and accessible and helpful to those who are in need.
Yeah. You know, long ago, and I shared this over there. We had a meeting there at the community center, which you guys have a great, in my opinion, you have a great thing that you're doing for that community. Not just currently, but also I think it's very important. I'm huge on history and heritage, and I remember coming in there and seeing the pictures on the wall of your community center, and to be able to share the heritage of the culture of the neighborhood with this young generation that's coming up, I found to be vitally important. But I've always had a soft spot for the north side of Amarillo. You know, years ago, back in the 90s, I worked for the city in the parks department, and I worked at all the north side parks, and I was over in that neighborhood every day, and I learned that, you know, our culture, not to be political, but our culture keeps us divided. Our politicians like to keep us divided by tax bracket or by skin color. And one of the things that I realized over there, in the Heights, in the flats, is we're not as different as we think we are. I learned over there that there were things that individuals and families were dealing with there that I dealt with in my home. You know, drug addictions, abuse, those types of things. And I learned that, you know what, we've got to figure out a way to come together. And so when I came here, I felt like it was another opportunity to utilize something that has been entrusted to us to help the homeless, to help the drug addict, and to help the neighborhood. And, you know, to be really intentional, whether it be food boxes or, you know, Thanksgiving box or whatever it may be that we get outside of here and take to the neighborhood. But from your vantage point, what is it that, you know, the resources like Face City Mission, we are a homeless shelter by definition, but there's a lot we do. But, you know, the places like Face City, or, Guy Sanders, the different places that work specifically with homeless, but also have resources that could benefit the neighborhood families that just they don't need a handout, they just need a hand up. What do you see that we could do? Maybe we are doing collectively well, or what do you think that we could do to maybe bridge the gap a little better?
I think that what you guys are doing, you are doing extremely well. I think a lot of times people think of Faith City and they only think of homeless shelter.
Right.
And so they say, well, I'm not homeless, so it doesn't cater to me. So really creating a narrative that this center is here to serve the community, I think would be
Right.
really good. Getting that word out there so that people know exactly what services are provided here and that they're welcome to come to those services.
Yeah.
And also reaching out to the area churches and inviting them to come and volunteer and come and work
Yeah.
in the closet or to come and serve a meal or to come and fellowship.
Yeah.
I think the more that you open your doors and allow the community to come in, the easier it will be for the narrative to change that this
Yeah.
is not just a homeless shelter. This is a place of transformation.
Yeah.
A place that can, when we all come together, we can transform into something that's amazing.
Yeah.
And you talked a lot about, how people think that we're divided. And we are, but society has divided us.
Right,
And
yeah.
and it's because they know that if we come together, that we will be able to to have a mighty blow.
Yeah.
And so they want us divided. They
Yeah.
want us to say, well, you're different and you're different. But in the America that I know, difference is what makes us who we
Yes.
are. And when we come together, we create this beautiful tapestry, and we're all able to sit at a table, and we're able to fellowship, and we're able to learn from each other. And it doesn't matter where you come from. It doesn't matter what skin color you are. None of those things matter, because together we are here for the same mission. And I
Yeah.
think that's what I feel just sitting out here today. That's what I feel from this building and just talking with you. It just, you radiate this leadership that we need in this community that says, come and be a part of this, because this work is the work that we need, but not so much just for us, but for generations that are coming after us.
Yeah.
All the work that I do is based on making sure that kids know where they come from and what they're capable of.
Yeah.
And what I've learned is that they are not doing what we say do anymore. They're doing what they see us do.
Exactly.
And so being able to
Yeah.
come together and work together and accomplish goals together, that sends a huge message to these kids. And I believe that that's what God would want us to do, to be able to educate these generations,
Yeah.
because one day we're not going to be here.
Right.
One day we're going to be on a beach somewhere, enjoying
Yeah.
life,
Yeah.
And we have to be able to know that we can entrust these younger people with these same visions that we had to keep going.
Yeah. One of the things since I became the director here that I talk with the staff about is, we're not building for the now, we're building for the future, because, the reality of it is that the Lord tarries, we're not going to be here forever, and we've got to leave something that is tangible for the group coming up. One, the resources that will still be needed, but two, a place for that generation to come in and say, man, I'm going to take ownership in there, and I'm gonna build. Faith City's been in Amarillo. Next year we'll be in Amarillo 75 years.
Wow.
And to be able to say we're building for the future, so with the possibility of being in Amarillo another 75 years, and all the lives that are impacted and changed, and the meals that are served, and the people that were able to get from a hopeless situation to a hopeful situation. But it does take us as a community to come together and, to be able to look at that generation and say, you have value and you have a purpose. And then to help them, we have the opportunity. Miss Shannon does community service here. And so many young people choose to come to Faith City and do their community service. And it gives us an opportunity to speak into them as who they are. 18 years old, that you've got a DUI at 18, and you get to speak from your experience and say, hey, this is not the path you want to go down.
Mm-hmm.
And searching out the treasure in them and then speaking to that.
Mm-hmm.
We get to do that so well here, so that those young people know, hey, you know what, maybe that's been the culture of my home and in my generation, but I don't have to continue it. It can stop with me, and I think that's vitally important when we partner together. From your vantage point, you know, you're from Amarillo, you're in Amarillo, you're involved at the college and involved in the community. Why is Faith City, in your opinion, why is Faith City important?
I think it's important because it fulfills a need that we need desperately across the city of Amarillo. After COVID, it seems that there are more and more people who need something.
Yeah.
And a lot of people have lost that hope, that will to keep going. And I think anytime that there can be a location where people can go and they can go in hopeless and leave with hope, I think it's powerful. Yeah. And so I stand with you and hope that this place will be here for another 75 years, meeting the needs of the people, meeting them where they are. Yeah. And that's a lot of what we do. What I do in my job every day, I meet people where they are and I tell them where they can go and then I walk them there so that they can believe it. And I think that as a center, that's what this place does.
Yeah,
and I hope that it continues to do that. I hope that it continues to thrive. I hope that the community supports it and comes out and volunteers and just says thank you for the work that is being done, because it's a thankless job that you're doing, but it is so very important to so many people. And again, since COVID, we just see so many homeless people and so many younger homeless people, and we need tangible solutions for them. And I think that while this place is here, I know that in your heart, you're also going to places and advocating for more resources, more mental health resources, more locations where we can house the unhoused, more help that needs to be given. And that's where the difference is. It's not an inconvenience to go and advocate for someone else. It's what I'm supposed to do.
Right.
And I think that is something that so many people across the city of Amarillo, across this world, need to understand. It's not always about me, but it's about what I can do to make somebody else's life better.
Yes, ma'am. As we wrap this up, as a community leader, as a educator, as a advocate, what is one thing that you would say to Amarillo to let them know, hey, these type of places are vital, you know, Faith Cities, Salvation Armies, Transformation Park, the PRC, Guyon Sanders, these are vital. And how are they vital, and why to you are these places vital to the health of our city?
I think these places are essential for a city to be able to operate and do its business. These places provide resources that are needed on a level that a lot of people are not willing to get down and get into. I feel like places like Faith City and Guyon Sanders and other places like that, they're getting into the weeds and they're getting to know people. I can remember going to Guyon Sanders and talking to people who were there and just listening to their stories. But in listening to their stories, you are giving them value because you take time out of your life to go and just listen. And that doesn't cost anything. Yeah. So this stands as a framework for how we need to move forward. We need more organizations that are willing to step up and say something's not right. We need to do more. We need to do more. Yeah. We need more people going to our city council saying we got to do more. We've got to help. We need more people saying there is something wrong. Yeah. And we need to come together to fix it. And we need to do it now, because if we don't do it now, the problem is going to continue. Yeah. And as a community member, community leader, community advocate, whatever title that people decide that they need, the ultimate goal is that they are here to serve other people. Yeah. And in serving other people, they need to talk to the people, figure out what they need, figure out what their next step is, and change that trajectory for them. Yeah. It is our duty to take care of those who have lost hope. Yeah. Because at some point in our life, we have all lost hope. Yeah. And it was that one person that spoke life into us that said, you don't have to give up. You don't have to stop here. This can be your beginning. Yeah. And those words changed our life. And now we have to play it forward. We have to continue putting that message out there. We have to continue loving. We have to continue praying for each other. We have to continue showing up, because when we show up together, that's when things start to change. Yeah. So I'm grateful for the work that is done here. I'm grateful for the work that is done across all of the institutions that help serve Amarillo. But I'll say that to the city, we need more.
Yeah.
We need to come together and we need to figure out how to address the issues. And we need to not just meet about it, but we need to have some action behind it.
Yeah.
And when that action comes, that is when we are going to see the beautifulness of what Amarillo could be, because we all come and we stand together.
Yeah.
And when we stand together, things start to change.
Amen. I believe that we are in for me, we are in the best city I think that we could be in, and I love Amarillo, and I love the diversity of Amarillo, and so for us to be able to come together across different backgrounds and lines and thoughts and beliefs, but to come together and say, hey, you know what, I'm willing to partner for the better good of my community,
Right.
is huge. And so I thank you for one, coming and sitting with me this morning, but I thank you for what you're doing in the community. I think sometimes we think that you've got to have, a title or a position at City Hall to make a difference. And the reality of it is you don't need any of that. You just need a heart for people, and you need a vision to say, that is an area that I'm familiar with. I don't have all the answers, but that is an area that I can plug in and I can make a difference. And I believe that's what you do. You found an area in the city, not a physical area, but just an arena that says, I'm familiar with that and I have some ideas and some solutions. I'm a firm believer on don't come to me with a string of complaints if you don't have some solutions. And just in my brief interaction with you and kind of watching from a distance, even in the simplicity of things, we had a little bit of a dust up over that parking lot across the street, and we all came together, and there was a lot of complaint about us using it. But what I loved about you is you and some other ladies sitting at that table, you had a solution. In the moment, you had the solution, and I thought, man, this is bigger than a parking lot.
Right.
This is somebody that looks at a situation, instead of just complaining about, well, it's always been this way, it'll always be that way. You come with an idea and a solution, and you want to bring it with something. What's your idea? Mm-hmm. How can we partner to that, and how can we fix it? And I just appreciate that about you, your heart for us, your heart for your community and for this city of Amarillo. We hold you in high regard here. I know Miss Shannon does. Miss Shannon is a huge fan. And so we just thank you. I thank you for taking your time. Everybody's busy. And for you to be able to say, hey, here I am. Let's have a conversation. I thank you for that, and I honor you. And I bless you today, that your day will be blessed coming in and going out, that everything that you put your hand to in the name of the Lord will prosper today. And so we just thank you for your partnership and your friendship and your encouragement.
Thank you so much. Thank you for having me.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. All right. Hello, hello. I'm here with Reina Hernandez. She is currently in our Esther's House program, but she volunteered to come and visit with us. And what I want her to share with us today is prior to her coming to Amarillo and being in Faith City Mission, she had a stint in Houston, Texas as a homeless woman. And so, one, a massive city, into a city that is not always friendly behind the scenes. And so, Raina, thank you for coming out this morning. Can you share with us what is that? What does that look like for as a woman to be homeless and to be homeless in a city the size of Houston? What is the process that you take every single day to prepare to get through the day, and then when the sun goes down, how to make sure that you've found a safe place to be? How do you protect yourself? And to be in that heavy of a survival mode, what kind of toll does it take?
So it took a lot of mental strength, and honestly, over the time that I spent being homeless on the streets in Houston, it started to deteriorate my mental health and also just my want to be around. And every day I would wake up wondering, what am I going to eat? Where am I going to go? Am I sleeping somewhere safe that I'm not going to get messed with? I've been robbed like 3 times. I've been a victim of assault by many people on the streets just because I was a woman. And, I wasn't up for fighting. I wasn't willing to risk my life. So it was basically do what you say because I don't know if I'll make it out of this. And so every day was a struggle to eat because you had to be at certain places at certain times. But then Houston's so big that you kind of are at their mercy. It's about numbers to them. They don't even care like if you're outside and waiting. They're just like, okay. But I know here they don't do that. They're very, compassionate because it's more close knit and it's better. But being homeless in Houston, it was really hard, especially in the weather, because you have the heat, you have the cold, you have the rain. I remember sleeping on a sidewalk, and one day it just poured rain on me, and the person at the gas station was like, you can't be here. Nope, you got to go. And I was like, where do you want me to go? He goes, anywhere but here. And, they always say, Houston's a great city. It is, but, sometimes they don't look at you the same when you're not like them.
So when you were out there in the streets, is that when your addiction started, or was that prior to that?
So my addiction was prior. I thought I was able to manage, but due to circumstances, I realized that I wasn't, and I started losing everything. And once I lost everything, that's when I said, well, this addiction, at least it doesn't make me hungry because it's lighter to carry. And I just, I don't have to carry food that I can't cook. I'm not able to cook for myself out in the world. No one's going to let me plug in and cook food, so to be more efficient, I just did drugs to curb my hunger.
Yeah. So what brought you to Amarillo?
So I went to jail due to my addiction and the situations I was in. And so I went to a mental facility because I was like, something has to change, something has to give. And so when I went there, a nurse told me about a program in Amarillo, and I was lucky enough to have someone who supported me on my journey to try and recover from all that. So they brought me to a program here. It was a 30-day program, and honestly, it wasn't enough. And so at that program, they recommended here. Yeah. And so I was like, how long is the program? They said it was 12 months up to a little bit of aftercare, depending on how long I wanted to stay. And all my needs would be met, and that, there's good out of here. So I said, well, this is better than sleeping on the streets, but why not? And so I ended up getting interviewed. I got accepted into the program, and ever since, I feel like my life's been changed. I know people have told me that my demeanor's changed. I came from a broken place and a broken world, and I've been, I guess, rehabilitated through my addiction and also just through my emotional stress and my mental stress. Like, all that's been gone. I've been feeling like I've been lighter on air. So it's one of those things. And God's changed my life because I got to meet him here, and it was a good thing.
So, as somebody that was in the homeless community at one time, how important is it for you now to be able to enter into a place, not just the rehab or the recovery part of it, but a place that those needs are provided? You've got your own bed, you've got your own clothes, you can shower every day, you eat 3 meals a day plus snacks or whatever else. How important is that for you now, knowing what you knew previously, being out in the streets with a drug addiction, but now you have this opportunity and this support system? How important is that for you?
So when I was on the streets, I felt like nobody cared. I felt like people pass me by in their cars and they look at me and they give me $1 thinking that's going to change my life.
Yeah.
Like, and it does. It helps. But to have a support system that know that they're waking up every day to come and help me do something different with my life, it means a lot to me, because in the streets, you just feel alone. You know, it's one of those things, if someone told you hi or acknowledged you, you felt like on top of the world. But here, you know, every morning I see you or I see the staff and y'all tell me, you know, how are you doing?
Yeah.
You know, y'all reach deeper parts of me that I felt were gone because I felt like I was nobody. Like, because of who I was in addiction, nobody was going to talk to me. But here, y'all look past that. Y'all teach me a better way, and y'all give me more than I can ask for.
So how long have you been here now?
I've been here in Amarillo for 8 months, but I've been in the program for 7.
Okay, so in the 7 months that you've been here, you guys have some responsibility in give back hours, you know, taking care of the buildings at the ranch, but you also help in the overnight dorm, the emergency shelter for women. As somebody that once was homeless on the streets, maybe even stayed in a shelter.
I've
Never had that. Okay, so for somebody that did not have that, how important is it for you and how impactful is it for you now to be at this place, getting the help you need, but now also being able to reach back to women that previously, before, you know, a little over a year ago, we did not have an emergency shelter for women, but now we do. How important for that and impactful for you is it to be able to look back and say, you know, I was that woman, and now I have the opportunity to make her bed, to make sure that it's prepared. And maybe you don't get the one-on-one interaction with the guests as they come in, but you have had the impact of their bed is prepared for them when they come in. Its bed is made, it's clean, it's tight and beautiful. What does that mean to you?
So for me, being able to give back to women that have been put in situations that aren't ideal, you know, for me, it's one of those, I used to be that.
Yeah.
And now I get to prepare a place for them and make them feel comfortable. Maybe I don't get to see them and say hi, but I can, you know, acknowledge them and treat them like guests and treat them with utmost respect. And to me, it's the way I can show my love that Jesus gave me, so that way I can say, you know, people do care.
Yeah.
I'm willing to wake up and make your bed and make it ready for you for the next night, because I want you safe and we love you.
Yeah.
And, you know, sometimes that's just, you know, a way of doing things the right way.
I think about a lot of the time, especially like when I walk in the women's overnight and the beds are made with, you know, the Miss D, make sure you guys make them with those
Perfect corners.
the hotel style corners, yeah.
Yes.
And those things got to be tight. And I think about, like, for myself, when I travel out of town and you know, and it's a different dynamic, but you've traveled all day, you're tired, you're sweaty, you want to shower, and you walk in a motel room, and there's something about when you walk in and you see that perfectly made bed, and you're like, man, it's not home, but for the moment it's home, and it's going to be nice to lay down. And I walk in that overnight dorm and I see that, and I get the same sense that, man, for somebody that's been out there in the world all day long, traveling and figuring out their next move, to walk in and see that bed is prepared for them, I imagine that it gives them a sense of relief to say, man, I've got a safe, clean place to rest and not just sleep. I mean, you can sleep anywhere.
Right.
You can sleep on the concrete sidewalk, but you're not going to rest.
Right.
You can sleep behind a dumpster, but you're not going to rest. You have to be on alert. But when you walk into a place like that, especially for a woman to be able to walk in and say,
I'm safe.
I'm safe and I can rest. And I believe that not only are we offering somebody the opportunity for a place to sleep, but with that rest comes clarity of mind. With that rest comes new strength for the next day. But with the clarity of mind comes, okay, maybe I can make a step towards the next thing. I've got clarity now to ask at the front desk. Ask Miss Lacey, what's a resource?
Right.
What's a resource to get me to the next thing? Because she knows everything about everything at the front desk, And so, to see that up close for you now, to know that there are people that genuinely say, we just want to help. Maybe we don't end homelessness, but for the 24 women that can come in with their children every single night, if they choose, to be able to help them, and you get to play a part in alleviating that for the moment, so that maybe they can come into the program, or we can get them somewhere else. Maybe they don't need a recovery program; they just need transitional housing, and we can help them find that. And you get to play a role in that now, and look back and say, okay, where I was once lost and without direction, what does it mean for you to be able to say, I had a part in that?
To me, it makes me feel like that I have the ability to help someone that might feel like how I used to feel. Because I remember being on the street, it was just like, who's going to help me? Who's willing to help me? And sometimes just, knowing that I get to do what I didn't have makes me feel like, wow, if I'm like this, I'm sure there's more people like that. And I did. I found a whole staff full of people that were just like how I wanted my whole life.
Right. And so with that, how does the experience of homelessness and then coming back here and be able to give back to the homeless community, how does that help you with your new adventure, which is the recovery program? How does that help you?
It makes me want to live differently, so that way I can possibly grow myself to be able to do things like y'all in y'all's positions, because I'm like, wow, this is a joy of mine to serve, because every day I go see the beds and I'm like, okay, I got to go make them. And now when I do that, I'll pray and I'll be like, you know what, thank you, God, for allowing me to be on this side and being able to do for others on the other side, and maybe I can grow and do more and, possibly work in a place like that.
Absolutely. So as we wrap up, what's one thing that you can share with the Amarillo area that you have learned in your 7 months at Faith City Mission, that you can say, this was a lesson that was a turning point in my life?
A turning point in my life?
Yeah, that you knew when you were here, you were like, you know what? I can do this. I can finish this leg of my race.
So, basically when I got here, I was going to just skate by in the program, and they were like, no, we're going to make sure that you do this and you do it right, but not just do it because you're being told, but do it because, do you see your potential? They made me realize, man, what I thought I was a lie.
Yeah.
That was just a lie, and, I got lost in that lie. And here they told me the truth of, who I was made to be, who I could become, and the potentials are endless. And to me, it was one of those, wow, someone believes in me, and there is hope, because they're telling me, just look within yourself and you'll find it. Yeah. And, to me, that was the biggest thing, because I lived a life for a long time thinking I'll just skate through life. and they're like, nope, you're not going to skate through life. You're going to live life and take it by the horns.
Yeah, live it to the fullest.
Yeah.
So, well, Raina, I appreciate you coming out, taking your time and sharing your story, you know, from where you were to where you are. As a staff, we get a front row seat to watch the transformations. And, you know, I was visiting with Rodney in the middle of the night. And one of the things he was sharing with us was when we were building the women's shelter, because of the construction, everybody that was coming back to the women's program had to come through the chapel, and he was the chaplain. And he said that over those months, one of the things that encouraged him the most is he would, you know, he said, I didn't really know all of their names, but he said, I would see these women come in. He goes, I would see them day one, but then I would see them every single day walk through there, you know, in and out. And he said, but what I got to see was over time, the transformation. He said, you know, when they first come in, they're scared, they're broken, they're lost, you know, they don't know what they're doing or what their even their next step are, to the day that they graduate, the level of confidence and health and clarity they walk in. And he said, you know, I got to see it every single day. And I think that's the beauty of being here. We get to see the fruit of the labor.
Yeah.
You know, you're the treasure and you're the fruit of what we do. And to see, you know, for me, my favorite thing, and Bill Shaw and I talk about this all the time, is when a student, you know, there's a moment in every student that stays and really works their program. There's a moment you look at them and they've come back to life. They're not working a program. They're living again. There's brightness in their eyes. There's clarity in how they think and communicate. They've literally come from death to life, and we see that. And it's that moment when you see that life return. The sparkle in their eye returns. The hope returns. And you're like, man, that is the motivator right there. To see somebody that was once lost and dead is now found and alive and thriving. And so we get the opportunity to see that with you, and I'm excited for your next year. You're close to the next level of your program. The next level is where you go to work. You know, that's where you put the tools in. You know,
Right.
you get that toolbox out and say, okay, I'm going to do that. And the beautiful thing is you still have the safety net here to come back and say, okay, I utilize these tools in this, and I didn't necessarily utilize them well, Ms. D or Julie or, you know, Jamie. Help me a little bit. And you get that security up underneath you, so when the next step comes, you're ready. And so I'm proud of you for what you're doing, the boldness it takes to walk in and to get up every day and show up. It's easy to skate the program. It's easy to skate through life. It's a whole nother thing to get up every morning to, you know, in my home, since my girls were little, and even when Dee and I were younger, you know, we talk about the importance of not just getting up, but you got to get up and show up. There's something about getting up and showing up every single day, and you do that. And I see that, and I admire you for that, and I honor you for that. And so I bless you today. I bless your day, that all that you do goes smoothly today, that you are not only blessed, but you're blessing. And so I just appreciate the time that we have to partner together. And that's what we're doing. We've partnered together. And so I just honor you today.
Thank you.
Thank you for your time.
Thank
Sister,
you.
I sure love you. I'm here with Robert Fick. We call him Rob Fick. It's just one word. So Robert is our fleet manager. He takes care of the maintenance and the care of all the vehicles for Faith City. He is a graduate of the Hope for Men program. He also got a long time of outlaw living. When we met Rob, he was came over from Pampa. He was associated with the group there. Took care of motorcycles for them, and in exchange for his expertise in motorcycle building, they gave him a space in a shop to sleep, and they provided him with drugs. And when we met Robert, when he came in the door, he was a man that actually looked about 20 years older than he actually was. But it was a man that was desperate for help. And so, Robert, we're doing National, Homeless Awareness Month. And so, when you came here, were not technically homeless. You had a bed in a shop. But the reality of it was that was not a home.
No.
It was a place to sleep.
Hardly.
It was at least indoors.
Right.
But you came here and you walked in the doors to get some help. Yesterday we interviewed Michelle Russell. Michelle Russell was vital in him coming here. She was very, very active in not just with us, letting us know about him, but also with him to make sure that he knew, hey, you've got some options and you need to get over there. And so, Robert, when you came here, kind of share with me, when you first walked in the door, one, what was your expectation when you showed up here? And then what did you learn pretty quickly when you came into Faith City?
Well, one thing for sure, Robert. I kind of had a relationship with God, you know what I mean? But I truly figured that I would die addicted to drugs, you know what I mean? I didn't figure there was any shot of me ever quitting that. And when I first came, everybody was friendly. Everybody, kind of gave me hope, that it was possible. And after a while, I seen it definitely was possible. I mean, I absolutely positively have no desire for it. I mean, I believe I was delivered from it by the Lord, you know what I mean? And I have an awesome relationship with the Lord now. And I believe the opportunity to feed the homeless and help the homeless do stuff that they can't do for themselves is instrumental in making us get better, helping us get better. I mean, because I believe if you do things for the Lord, He'll do things for you.
Yes. Well, scripturally it says that which you do for somebody else, the Lord will do for you. And
yes.
And so I believe because we do go above and beyond to provide the basic needs for people, the Lord meets our needs as well.
Right.
And continues to meet our needs. And so that is an important statement to say. So you've been here for, how long have you been at the mission?
I came at 2/22 of 22.
2/22 of 22?
Yeah.
All right.
And that just happened. I didn't design that or nothing.
Yeah. And so, I like to tell the story of how I came in one morning and I walked in the front door and Lacey put a sticky note in my hand. She said, "This gentleman wants you to call him." It had Robert Fick's name and a number. And I got to my office, checked my voicemails, had one voicemail. It was from Robert Fick. "Hey, I want to know about your program." And I wrote down I wrote down a little note to make sure to call him. I put it with the other sticky note. And then Lacey called me and she goes, "Pastor Robert, are you available to come to the front?" I said, "Yeah, I'll be right there." And I get there and there's a fella standing there and she said, "This gentleman would like to visit with you." And I went over and introduced myself and he goes, "I'm Robert Fick." And I said, man, you are the most persistent individual. He when he didn't get a hold of me through the front desk and he didn't get a hold of me through my voicemail immediately, he got them to load him in a car and drove him over here from Pampa.
Yes.
And basically refused. He was not leaving until we brought him in. And so from 2/22 of 22 till now, talk to us a little bit about what Faith City Mission, the program, and then now your role as an employee here. What has that meant for you?
Oh, it's meant everything to me. I mean, and the reason I was so persistent at first, Pastor Robert, I was ready for it to be over one way or another. You know what I mean? Yeah. I didn't care what it took, and I preferred to stay alive.
Right.
Yeah, and it pretty muchly was. I mean, it definitely was. I mean, I've had nothing but good things to say about the program. It worked great, and then getting the job here, working for a little while before I got the job here. I've met a lot of good people here. I really believe this will work for anybody who wants to, who's really interested in doing it.
Yeah.
If you really want it, I guarantee you this program will work for you.
Yeah. What's one of the greatest lessons you've learned while you've been here?
One of the greatest lessons I've learned is that our Lord and Savior is the most important thing in our lives. I mean, it's above all others.
Yeah.
Definitely, And I had a relationship with him before, but he was far from the top. You know what I mean?
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. So now, and you and I have, you chose one of the requirements of the program is that they have to, on their accountability card, they have to have a pastor, they have to have a spiritual advisor, a mentor, and a sponsor. And
Right.
you picked a sponsor or a mentor that just happened to be my best friend.
Right.
And so because of that, he would have you come to his house. We all have the common interest in cars,
Yes.
and fast cars, and so because of that, you started hanging out over there, and I got to know you. I've gotten to know you away from Faith City, away from the program, away from as an employee, but we've got to connect as men. And one of the things that I do notice is you are consistently the same. You're the same on Sunday morning when we go to church together. You're the same on Monday morning here when we come in the door. You're the same during the week. And you're the same on the weekend when we're over in the shop
Yeah.
messing with the cars. And I appreciate that. But I also appreciate the fact that even from day one when you came in, there is a level of honesty with you. You just don't blow smoke on anything.
Right.
You call it what it is. If you're asked, you're honest. Even if it might get you, there might be a reprimand in your direction. You're going to be honest in it. And those are things I can't teach that. The program can't teach that. That's already in you. But I think because of that is part of why you had such a great success through the program. And you had a setback in the program, but even in that, you owned it and
Yeah.
moved on from it. And then even in the middle of that, and I want you to touch on this for a moment, even in the middle of your own, you had a pretty major setback. We had to pause the program for a minute. And most guys would have left, but not only did you not leave, but then in the midst of that, you were an advocate to the other student body that was behind you that were talking about, man, I can't do it.
Right.
Tell me about that aspect of you, why it is so vitally important to you to make sure that these men know, hey, don't give up prematurely, stay the course.
Well, one of the biggest things, Pastor Robert, is 2% is not good enough.
Right.
I mean, 2% of people, recover from methamphetamine. That's not good enough.
Yeah.
I mean, I would go for 15, 20, but 2 is just not good enough.
Yeah.
And, the setback was the setback, you know what I mean? I didn't do it intentionally. I wasn't trying to get high.
Right.
But you got to follow the rules, and
Right.
if you don't, you got to take the consequences. And
Yeah.
it's not that big a deal. I mean, I believe that the Senate Corps program helped me. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because ultimately, you know, the reason I'm here is not because your vehicles. You know,
Right.
I'd like to help your men and your programs.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah. Yeah, and you have an opportunity, you know, to be able to sit in that dining room every single day at every single meal and connect with our homeless guests and connect with our program men
Right.
and be an encouragement to them and let them know, hey, you know, we're here for you,
Right.
and don't give up. Even when you're out on the street, don't give up. Keep
That's true.
coming back and keep doing the thing. And so, you know, what is your belief in the importance of places like this, like Faith City Mission and the different resources in Amarillo that provide maybe not exactly what we do, but they do provide resources to the homeless, and they provide resources to those that are trapped in addiction.
I honestly believe these places like this are very crucial. I mean, I wish they could be bigger and better because the homeless people have a place to eat, a clean place to eat. They don't have to get in the dumpster, get them something to eat.
Yeah.
They can, they have a warm place to sleep. They can take showers every day. I think every day but the weekend, I believe it is, isn't it? Yeah.
I think that's right.
Yeah.
Unless they
And-
stay in the
yeah.
overnight dorm. We do overnight showers every night of the week,
Right.
and then we do daytime showers Monday through Friday.
Right. Yeah. And then, you know, the people we help, I think that our methamphetamine is a little over 2% that we.
Yeah.
I mean, if you actually work at this program, I promise you it's going to work.
Right.
And the thing is, it's God.
Yeah.
God makes it work.
It's got to be the center.
Yeah.
It's got to be the center. What's one thing you could leave with the Amarillo area that is important to you to say about Faith City Mission?
Faith City Mission's 100% good place. I mean, honestly, I believe everybody here is working for the greater good of Amarillo and the homeless community. I mean, I wish nobody was homeless.
Right.
I mean, I wish we could help everybody. But, you know, maybe someday we will.
You never know.
You never know.
But, you know, right now, for the ones that we are able to help, we're going to do it 110% to the best of our ability with kindness, compassion, love, and integrity.
Yeah. And,
Every day.
You know, I hear a lot of people say, and this was even me when I first came. I would say to myself, you know, Robert, it's their own bad choices that got them there. Why do you care so much?
Yeah.
Well, it didn't say nothing in the Bible about how they got there.
Yeah.
It says what you did for them. You know,
Yeah.
that's what's important.
That's
I
right.
believe. Yeah.
Yeah, Dr. Shane shared with us yesterday when he was here the passage of scripture where Jesus said, you know, you visited me in prison and you fed me when I was hungry and you clothed me when I was naked. And they looked at him and said, and when did we do that for you? And he said, when you did it for the least of these, you did it for me.
Right.
And so every day when the Lord doesn't ask us to judge the circumstance. He just asks us to do for the least of these what they cannot do for themselves. And in turn, it's like we've done it directly for him.
Right.
And that tells me it's twofold thing. One, just to be obedient and to serve, but two, how important the orphan, the widow, the prisoner,
Right.
and the homeless truly are to the Lord.
That's right.
How valuable they are. And so when we understand that they have such a high value to the Lord, they should have a high value to us. And so, man, I just appreciate all that you do. You know, not just in keeping the vehicles in tip-top shape, but, you know, in what you do to sit down with a guy, you know, and just encourage him to, you know, hey, don't give up. It'll work. Just stay the course. Or, you know, your willingness to anything we ask, you're willing to do and to do it well. And I just appreciate you. It's an absolute joy for me to know you here and outside of here, to be able to call you, you know, my friend. We go to the drag strip. We work on the cars together. You know, we have You know, we have cookouts together as a group over there,
Right.
and I've grown to enjoy that with you as much as anybody. We have a lot of fun together, and I value you. I
Yeah.
value you as a man, as a person, and I value you as an employee, but I value you as a friend. And so, man, I thank you today for taking time. I know we've got everybody in this city and in this building are busy, have a ton of responsibility, and I just appreciate you taking the time early in the morning to come out here and sit out here with me. And I just bless your day. I bless you, and thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Pastor Roder.
Yes, sir.
I love you,
I
brother.
love you too, my man. We are live again. I am here with Deanna Burton. She is our Director of Children's Ministry. We've kind of talked on and off a little bit about kids ministry and what it does. And so we brought Deanna out. We want her to kind of share for you the importance of what we're doing and why we're doing it with these kiddos. Deanna's not been here but just a few months, right? It came on a few months ago, and we had a need. She was willing to come here and fill that, and so welcome. First and foremost, thank you for joining us out here this morning. We're going to make her interview fairly quick because we have left Laura alone with all the children, and she's already in there running wild. We can see her through the window, and so we're thankful for Laura. But we'll just get right to it.
Okay.
Kind of share with everybody. I can talk about it all day long, but you are the boots on the ground. You're in the trenches with kids every day. Share with our community here in Amarillo what it is that you and Laura do every day of the week with these kids, and why it is important to the women in the program.
Okay. So we receive kids who parents are dealing with addictions and who are coming in seeking help. And so our job is to get the kids developmentally on schedule, as well as educationally on schedule. And a lot of the times when we have kids come in, they're behind in speech or just behind where they need to be. And so our job is to get them caught up and to excel so they can grow up and continue to be normal kids. We also walk them through healing from any trauma that they've walked through as young as they are. A lot of our kids come in seeing things that no kid should have ever been able to see. And so we're walking them through healing through that and teaching them about Jesus, and that they have Jesus with them wherever they are, and that Jesus has been with them since the very beginning.
Talk about, because part of your role and your responsibility is, we case manage the moms through the program, but part of your responsibility as well is, a lot of these kids have come in and it's been either never or it's been a while since they've seen a pediatrician. So they're not, healthcare has not been at the forefront of the mama's mind. Talk about, the process of what you do to find a pediatrician for them, to start setting those appointments up. But then also too, we've had mamas that have come through and they've never been a mother before, but they've had a child that they were carrying when they came here. And then the process of helping them to the next steps of pediatric care and the different aspects of that to help not just the child, but also bring the mother alongside of you to help them realize, these are important things that I need to do as a mother for my child.
Okay. So we reach out to different pediatricians here in Amarillo, see if there's any availability for them, explain where we're at, what we're needing, and we begin the process of them going to doctor visits, getting checked on, getting caught up on vaccines and all the things that children need, as well as bringing the moms alongside and teaching them how to set appointments, what that looks like, what their kids need, also forming that relationship with their pediatrician, because most of the moms coming in have never had pediatricians. Their kids are either fairly young or they've just been in the lifestyle that they've been in, so they've not taken care of the needs that their kids are in need of.
Yeah. So, in your time that you've been here, now you were a volunteer prior to coming here. So you were familiar as a volunteer, but also early on, you were a backup in kids ministry for us. We had a staff, and if any one of those were out and we needed additional help, because in my time here, we've had up to 9 children in there at one time, and that's just too much for 1 or 2 people to effectively help. And so you started out kind of in that role which was really just you came in, you loved on the kids, you helped with the day-to-day stuff, but now you have the responsibility of making sure that there is a structure in place, that we keep a routine for our kids, that our kids not only kept in the routine of the room, but that we teach the moms also, hey, we've got to keep a routine in the evenings too. And so talk about the process of how you put that routine in place for a mother who's never kept a routine, but two, for children that have never been in a routine.
Right. So for moms, when they first come in, they receive a binder, and it has the schedule of what we'll keep back there in kids ministry, depending on the age, whether it's 2 naps, 1 nap a day, or no naps at all, and then our classroom schedule and what we'll be doing throughout the day. And then it also gives them, a lot of them don't know what foods are age appropriate for their kids or nutritional value, and so their binder, they'll also receive nutritional values and things that we're looking for and wanting to feed the kids, and getting them started on healthier foods, and getting out of that safe zone food, like the junk food and things like that. And then for kids, we're coming in and teaching them routine. Sometimes it's a little bit harder with some kids because they don't like the structure at first, but as we continue to be stability for them and have that structure for them, they get into routine fairly easily.
What's the most impactful part of kids ministry for you?
I would say that our kids are safe and that they are being taken care of, that they're out of whatever situation they were in before they came in, and also that they're seeing healthy adults and seeing their moms or their dads become healthy adults as well.
Yeah. If there's one thing that you'd like to relay to the Amarillo area about if you could educate them in one thing, the one thing being why it is important for Faith City Mission to continue to be able to provide this ministry for mothers with their children, what is it you'd want to communicate with them, the importance of that?
I would say that a lot of times we think, when we say homelessness or addicts or anything like that, that we think of the person on the street with the cardboard box with the sign that says that they need help with food, or someone who's not taking showers regularly, and someone that people often want to push to the side. But homelessness and children who are in need look like moms who are couch surfing from house to house, and also kids who are living in the cars with their parents. That it doesn't look like what we normally see on TV or what we have in our mind's eye of what we think it looks like. That to be aware of the signs of when you see a kid, or kids, they know what they're talking about and they'll tell you what's going on. And so when a kid has conversations with you that they don't feel safe, or that they're sleeping in the car with their mom, or that they were at another friend's house that night, that we take heed to that and that we ask questions, and to see if we can get them into more safety, like here at the Esther's program, where they have a roof over their head and food every night.
Yeah, very good. Well, Dean, I appreciate your time. We're going to let you get back in there and rescue Laura.
Okay.
Thank you for the time you took out here, but thank you for what you're doing with the ministry. There was a vision that was cast in place several years ago, and that vision has been worked, and you've really successfully picked that ball up and you're running with it. And not only have you taken what we had already implemented, but you've implemented some more to improve that. And I really appreciate that about you, your diligence and your commitment to it. But I think the thing that, I talked to several of the mothers throughout this 24-hour period.
Right.
And one of the things that was a common thread was the way that you and Laura love the kids.
Yes.
They don't have to worry about, when they're doing classes and counseling, they don't have to worry about the safety of their children. Are they being kept clean? Are they being fed? Are they being loved? they don't worry about that.
Right.
And I think that's a testament of not just the structure of what we do here, but a testament of who you and Laura are as people, as people by nature who are caregivers. And so I thank you for that. I honor you today and I bless you. I thank you for all that you do, not just with the kids, but you guys, as we do here, we wear multiple hats, and there's times that you're called out to say, hey, we're shorthanded over here. We need somebody to take a mom to a doctor's appointment or to a job interview or to this. And you guys are always willing to say, hey, I'll take her. And
Yeah.
you guys make the adjustments in here. And I just appreciate the teamwork that comes out of that ministry. And so
Absolutely.
I just bless your day today that it's a fun time with the kids and
Thank you.
that you guys have a wonderful day.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. I love you so. What are we doing?
You have a spider on you.
So
Oh,
when
well,
kids
that's
come in,
great.
the
Why did
first
you
thing
not
that we
freak out?
usually see is
Because we were
they
live.
are
Did
dysregulated.
you see me?
A lot of them are coming in and having to detox themselves. So that looks like a lot of snuggles and a lot of them sleeping, trying to come down from whatever they were exposed from. It also looks like food insecurities, them wanting to carry around food with them all day long because they don't know when they're going to have their next meal. They don't understand that food is accessible to them the whole time that they're here. It looks like them finding a toy or a blanket and being attached to it to the point where if they don't have it, they're dysregulated immediately. They also struggle a lot with speaking. A lot of our kids come in and because of the trauma or the things that they were exposed to, they don't talk. And so we are getting them to engage with us and have conversations and getting them caught back up to the point where they're comfortable with even having a conversation with us. I see myself as someone who's stepping in and protecting them and saying, what you've been through is not okay, and I know that, and I'm sorry that you had to go through that, and now I'm here to help you. When our kids finally hit that stage of they know that they're safe and that we're here to help them, we see that progression in them where we have a breakthrough in potty training where they need to be, or breakthrough in walking and being normal, and having that relief of they're not having to sleep all day, but they can now play and function and they feel better. And when I see that breakthrough, when we get to interact with them and see them being normal kids, I'm like, okay, like this is why we're here. This is why I'm here. This is why I'm doing this, is because the Lord's placed me to protect the kids and to see them get to be able to be kids. My name is Deanna Burton, and I've grown up in the church, and I love kids. Most of our kids are coming from places that have been neglectful or things like that, and so we're just loving on them and taking care of them throughout the day and really just pouring into them, giving them what they need. There are children in Amarillo who are couch surfing with their moms. They don't have homes, they don't have a safe place to be. They don't have their own beds, their bedrooms. We've had several moms who have come right off the street. They were staying at Salvation Army or here at our overnight program, and they then come into Esther's house saying, I need a place to stay. I need to get off of the streets. I don't have anywhere to go during the day. And even kids in elementary schools, like, they are not living in a home. They are sleeping on couches. Part of us coming in here is giving them a place to stay, that they have their own beds, they have a room that they can stay in with their moms, and they have their own space where they can be normal and have a sense of normalcy.
I'm Gary, I'm 64. During my lifetime, I've been to prison 5 times. Charges were burglary, habitation, forgery, auto theft, drug possession. But I've done a total of about 14 years behind bars over it. Faith City Mission has changed my life. It's given my life back is what it's done. I have to give all the credit to Faith City Mission and the Lord. I'm a child of God. I was lost at one time. I've been found. You can be found too.
At Faith City Mission, we're committed to feed the hungry, to clothe the needy, and to shelter the homeless, and to preach the gospel, to bring hope, healing, and transformation to those in crisis. By partnering through donations, volunteering, or raising awareness, you can help amplify this impact by meeting needs, spreading God's grace, and making a lasting difference in our community.
At Faith City Mission, we believe in bringing hope, healing, and transformation to all those in need. My name is Heidi. I'm the Director of Development. Women are welcome to shop with us on Tuesdays at 1:30, and men's shopping is on Thursdays at 1:30. Our clothing is made available to anyone who is in need, from the homeless guests to those needing help dressing for a job interview. We want to help everyone. If your kids have outgrown their school clothes and you need help finding pieces that fit them, we want to help. If you're new to town without a support system, we want to support you. For anyone facing urgent needs, emergency clothing is also available on a case-by-case basis. We appreciate donations of gently used clothing and shoes. Our goal is for our guests to feel hope and confidence towards their next step of success. We receive donations like this every week, and we are always so grateful. Our team here will sort through these clothes, and the gently used in-season clothes will go on our rack. And then out-of-season, gently used clothes will be distributed around the world for all those in need. What we need in Amarillo right now is clothes to prepare people for the winter months. So we're talking hats, gloves, scarves, jackets, boots, things that are going to keep them warm as the cold weather approaches. We want to thank you for giving to Faith City Mission, and thank you for impacting our city in such a powerful way.
Hey, I'm here with Walter Carlson. Wally, as we call him here, he is our counselor for our programs. He counsels. He does one-on-one private counseling with our men and our women, and so he's vital to what we do in the programs to help our student body kind of navigate some of the things they've dealt with in the past, but also some of the things they're dealing with in the present. Without the help of substances. And so, Wally, I appreciate your time. I know that you've got some time off. And so to come in on your day off, I appreciate that. And so, you know, most of what we're doing has really been kind of targeted more at the homeless and what that flow looks like. But really what I'd like to know from you, just from, you know, you have a long history with addiction counseling. You were part of a facility in the Chicago area at one time, and so what I'd like for you to share with myself and with the Amarillo area and those tuning in, you know, the importance of counseling, especially for those that are coming out of drug addiction, and kind of what is your thought process behind the way that you particularly counsel, because it's not necessarily it is not a clinically, it's not clinical. It is really more relational. And so if you'll kind of share just your experience in the drug community, the drug recovery community, and then really your philosophy in student counseling.
Okay. Well, thank you. Thank you for making time for me today.
Yes, sir.
Substance abuse is a very complicated issue in and of itself, because there's many factors that bring people into it. And substance abuse is just a symptom of a bigger problem that people have. And to be able to get to more of the core issues, you have to get beyond the substance use. Substance abuse has been a way in which they've dealt with the problems that they have. And there's many underlying issues. And having done this for a number of years, both in Chicago and then having the privilege of doing it here at Faith City Mission, there's a big contrast in the approach. In the Chicago area, I ran a drug and alcohol treatment center in Chicago, and the approach was very 12-step oriented. God was not a factor, or not allowed to be a factor in the approach. And down here, the biggest part of Faith City that they offer to the people who come through is a change, and that change is through the person of Jesus Christ. And that approach is where I come and bring the gospel message to them through counseling. And what I see on a regular basis in all of the students who come through the program as I get their initial paperwork is brokenness. And it doesn't mean that other people are not broken who are out functioning in the community, but these individuals are broken in a way that is unique to them, that brings them to a place like this. And when they come, they have no job, in most cases, no place to live. They have not had a decent meal in a long time. And so here, the structure is the opportunity to be able to relate, one, the gospel to them, and two, to show them that there's a new and different way of approaching things without using substances. So when they come in, initially they're broken, as I said, and they're here in a structured environment. Not that all treatment programs aren't structured environments, but the opportunity for students here who have probably been homeless before they ever got here to some degree or another, they have the opportunity to be here for a year, where most treatment programs are maybe 30 days and then out the door or into a lower level of care, simply because they're based entirely upon funding. And here that's not an issue as far as being privately funded or state funded or federally funded. It's all done by donations, which is a great honor and privilege, I think, for the people that come here. I don't know if I'm addressing exactly what you're wanting to talk to, but the mission provides a structure and a lot of boundaries and limitations that were not there before when the students come in, both the men and the women. Everything was wide open, and here there's limits, and there's only so much room to move and so many places that they can go while they're here, and that is comforting. Just like a child, not that they're children, but just like a child, when you put limits and structure around them, they feel safe. And so the students feel safe while they're here. I see our job, my job, and the rest of the staff's job is to take that comfort, instill in them a relationship with God through Christ, and help them to see a different way of addressing their problems and their issues in life besides using drugs and alcohol. Now, the world and the flesh and the pride of life and the lusts of the flesh and the lusts of the eyes are still there for them. It's just that it's more restricted now. They see it, but they have accountability around them. And it's imposed accountability as opposed to I have to go out and seek that accountability on my own. So being here a year gives them opportunities to move through different phases and levels of programming up to and including a transitional period where they're able to go out into the community, work, learn, what's still out there that they thought may have disappeared while they were here, and either to successfully navigate it or sometimes not, and have the opportunity to come back and discuss that and talk about that. So the issues that we deal with in counseling are, how did you get here? What is the purpose of drugs and alcohol in your life? And we do use the steps of the program of recovery, the 12 steps of AA and NA. However, we utilize them in a way that says, this is where God's word is spoken within these steps, and these steps are a reflection of God's word.
Yeah.
And when that becomes, I don't know, absorbed by the students, it makes a difference for them in the way in which they see things. They're given tools and skills, and we teach about in a matrix class that I do and in a pre-Genesis class that we do here, to look at how you think and how you act and how you feel. God's word tells us that we need to change the way we think in Romans 12:2, right? We need to not be conformed to this world, but be transformed.
Yeah.
And when we renew our minds, we change the way we think. We change the way we think, we start to change the way we act. And that maybe we feel one way, and we have to address the feelings that we have. How are we being driven by our feelings versus being driven by God's word? Is an opportunity to think differently. And so there's a struggle, there's a constant struggle here, and the opportunity is you're safe here. It's when you get out, when you move outside of the boundaries of the mission, that we see people struggling. And I'll get a call once in a while from a former student going, I'm having a really hard time right now. And then we start reviewing, what have you been doing? Where have you been? Who have you been around? How are you using the things that you have been shown here, that you have known, that have proved to be successful for you? How is God still a part of your life? Well, I've stopped going to church, and I've stopped going to meetings, and I've stopped calling the people that I identified that would be my support system. So then we go right back into that, as far as there's support for you here, there's support for you out there, and you're utilizing that will make a difference for you. And if you don't, then you're either moving in or you're moving out of recovery, and you're either moving forward in your relationship with God or you're kind of moving away from it.
Yeah.
So that's the
That's
basics
good.
of what we do here and in counseling. Again, everybody's a little bit different,
Yeah.
but everybody has the same problem.
Right. Yeah.
But their issues
Yeah.
are different.
Well, their issues are different, and personalities are different.
Absolutely.
And you have to. Part of what you do is you got to have the gift to not just figure out the issue, but figure out the personality, so that you know how to navigate to the issue. Because what might work for this guy over here, in the manner that you deliver it to him, won't work with this guy. His personality won't rise to that, and you've got to find that. You've got to find that pathway to that, and it takes time, and it takes the energy and the commitment to really sit with them in that office behind that closed door and get to know them beyond the addiction. Because for so long before they got here, everybody that's interacted with them up to that point has only known them as the addict. Mm-hmm. And then now they're sitting with somebody that's saying, okay, I understand that you have an addiction, but that's not what I want to concern myself with. I want to see you and figure out why. And in order to figure out why, I got to know how you think, what you're thinking about, what's going on in your life, and then we can navigate that. And I think there's a balance that you do so well with them that way. And so one of the things I've asked every staff member that sat out here that deals with the students, I've asked our board members, much like a lot of us, you started out here as a volunteer.
Yes.
You started out as a Genesis coach, and did that for a long time. But every one of us have that one individual student, that story that we watch them come in the door and we watch them graduate, and we see them still successfully doing that, and it has impacted us. That it's our catalyst every day to remind ourselves when things go wrong, or a guy leaves prematurely, or a girl leaves prematurely, or they graduate and then they spin off. They get out there and they forget the tools and they forget their community. But it's that one story of that individual that reminds you what we're doing matters. And if it's just for the one to see them be successful, we continue. What's that one for you?
Without bringing up names.
You can bring up a first name. However you want.
Trent.
Yeah. Premium.
Yes, premium, yeah. When Trent was here, he struggled a lot with the program, what it meant, how it was going to work for him, how this fit into his life, and now his life fits to the program.
Yeah.
And his life fits to his relationship with God. He's completed the program, he's enrolled in college, he's a nurse, he's working in the field, and he brings his personality, which is very gregarious and outgoing,
Yes.
to the job that he does and to the people he interacts with. And the people that I see here, and when he stops in from time to time, and just listening to him talk about the importance of this place in his life and how it would have been different had he not come here, and now how he had not, he would not have succeeded the way in which he did had it not been for the mission and the opportunities that were presented to him and that he was able to take advantage of while he was here.
Yeah. He has been an absolute joy. Just to watch him go out there and succeed at such a high level. I had to, at the time I was over the food service department and he was in there.
Yes.
So I had the interaction every single day when I would go down there, and we're looking at menus and we're looking at inventory and we're doing those. And I really got to know him at a personal level to kind of see how he processed things. And he really is he's a very deep thinker for one, but I think my most favorite thing about him and as an individual is his compassion for people. There were times that he would come to my office and he'd say, "Hey, I don't understand. Why did you make the decision you did? Why did you handle the situation? I don't agree with it." And I'm like, "You don't agree with it because you only know this much." And he said, "That's right. So help me understand it." And so we would go back to the beginning, and I would not have to give him all the details. But one of the things I appreciated about him is, one, he was willing to ask the question in defense of somebody else without becoming combative and angry in the moment. And then when he understood, oh, you know what, I do see why you made that decision. And then what he would do is he would come behind that with that student and he'd say, "Hey, this is what you did." And he would pick up that blind spot for him. And I've always appreciated that for him because it wasn't like he just took it and picked up an offense. He took it to help.
Yes.
And that has been the stamp of who he is forever. And so I appreciate him, but he is definitely a great mark. So
Yes, he did. He would come in and discuss those very things that you're talking about with me, and then we'd redirect, like, perhaps you need to talk to this individual. Why don't you look deeper into what it is that's going on? He would be frustrated and irritated about something,
Yeah.
and then we would work through it, and then he probably would come to you afterwards.
yeah, oh, he would. He would always let me know, "Hey, I was just talking to Wally. I've got a question." So okay, what's the question? And what I loved about him is he's a great conversationalist. Even when
Very
he's
good.
frustrated,
Very
he's a
good.
great conversationalist.
Yes, he is.
But I saw him as a man at just such every level. He was succeeding, and now he's really out there thriving. And I'm so proud to be a part of that. What is you were at the facility in Chicago. You've been in different areas of business in your lifetime, and then now you're here. Why is Faith City Mission important? Why is it important to you, but why is it important to the community?
Well, it's important to me because it offers the diversity of services that it does under a faith-based umbrella. And that is sometimes the biggest thing that's missing in many other programs. So that's why it's important to me. Why it's important to the community is it provides an opportunity for people who are struggling to access services where they might not otherwise be able to afford them.
Yeah.
They get a place to live, they get food to eat, clothes to wear. I mean, we're taking care of the poor, the hungry, the needy, the naked, and taking care of them so that they're able to establish themselves and see what is possible for them while they're here, and take that and then make that possible for themselves when they leave here.
Yeah.
So having everything available and to them here is more than I think they get in other programs, and just the simple fact that Christ is the center of this program makes the biggest difference of all for everyone. Whether they walked in the door believing or questioning or knowing, whatever, or not knowing, whatever they come in with, we accept them just like they are. There's no prerequisite, a requirement that you have a saving relationship with Jesus Christ before you walk in the door. You're going to hear about it, and yet it's going to be up to you whether you choose it or not.
Right, yeah. And whether you accept that invitation or you don't, it still doesn't change the fact that we're gonna meet you where you're at, and we're gonna provide those needs to you.
Yep.
We're still gonna be the hands and feet of Jesus, and we're just gonna continue to present the opportunity, but we're still gonna feed, clothe, shelter, and preach the gospel every day, and with no requirement of you. Well, you've got to line up with what we believe. No, we're just going to present it to you, but we'll still meet your need. We're still going to love you, and we're going to still give you a safe place to be. And I think that's one of the things that is so important about who we are and what we do. And so, just one more thing. If you could relay anything to Amarillo that is on your heart, that is important about what we do, that you feel like they need to know, if you'll just give them kind of a snapshot of that.
I'd say were it not for Faith City Mission, many people would have lost the opportunity to get the help that they need, to come to an understanding of their faith, whatever that might be, and an opportunity to make things different for themselves in their life that they wouldn't receive elsewhere, and that it is done for them and with them, and the opportunities are created for them at no charge. At no charge. And that's almost unheard of in and of itself. So as long as there are people who care, as long as there are people who are willing to support, the mission will continue to grow, and thrive. And were it not for this place, personally, when I came here from Chicago, two things I was looking for was a church home and a place to volunteer. And when I knew before I got here that this was a place I wanted to come. And this place has brought me a great deal of personal satisfaction, and I've been able to watch other people thrive as a result of their being here and just walking around talking to people on a daily basis. The community, come and visit. The community, come and be a part of. Come and share in what it is that we do. I think if you do, you'll see things that will touch your heart. Will touch your heart in a way that other things have not.
Absolutely.
Because the people that you see on the street that you look perhaps and say, I'm so grateful I'm not them, you can see that the opportunity's been provided for them here so that they could become the people that God has created them to be.
Amen.
So thank you. That's a great thing that the mission does.
Yeah. Awesome. Well, Wally, I appreciate your time. I appreciate your heart for people and your love for the Lord. But I think really, we do a thing with our recovery staff where we pick an individual and then we just bless them. And Wally is going to be up pretty quick. But I think one of my most favorite things about you, especially for my type of personality, I am very much an A personality. I know that my personality can get wound up and get abrasive even at times. But I think my favorite thing about you is just even in the midst of turmoil, I've seen you even in when you have personal things that arise, you are steadfast, you remain calm, you remain collected. You don't get too far to the left, too far to the right. You stay anchored with the Lord. And that is, really to me, that is a quality that I don't think that we see so prevalent this day. I think people are so moved by their situation and emotion that they can't process where they're at. And I just watch you diligently move through some things that others, it may knock them off their course. But you stay focused with your eyes on Jesus. You know, I don't know what it looks like on the other side, but I do know this: I trust the Lord. And because I trust the Lord, I know He's going to bring me through that. And I've watched you stay diligent in that in your personal life, here with the student body, when things have, there have been times here that were completely out of whack that affected you. But I saw you stay. I've got a responsibility. I don't dare say I've got a job to do. I have a responsibility to the student body. I have a responsibility to Faith City. And I'm not going to make the situation worse. I'm going to use wisdom and discernment on how to navigate it. And I just appreciate that about you. That you are not a powder keg, that when you see things become so disoriented that you come in and say, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to help blow this thing up. Really what you do is you come in and you ask the questions, you give some, maybe not necessarily instruction, but you give a direction. You say, hey, this has been my experience. And you really do kind of bring a peace, a calmness to a situation so that it doesn't have to be completely destroyed. It can actually be fixed from where it's at. And I've always admired that about you, amongst other things, but that is probably my most favorite thing about you, that you are just steadfast and anchored in the Lord. And I just appreciate that about you. Thank you. Man, thank you for your time. Thank you for your support. Thank you for your friendship to me. I have thoroughly enjoyed our time together, serving this mission together, getting to know one another. We've had casual conversations. We've had very deep conversations. And I love the ease of that with you. And so thank you for just for who you are.
Thank you.
Sir, thank you. All right. What we do in life echoes in eternity. For more than 70 years now, Faith City Mission has stood as a place of hope and renewal, dedicated to serving those in need by providing food, clothing, shelter, and the love of Christ. From our humble beginnings until today, we continue to faithfully steward the resources entrusted to us, making a meaningful impact in our community and beyond for His glory. It all started in 1951 with Dick and Bea Hogan. At the core, the mission has never changed. Today, more than 50 men and women are thriving through our discipleship programs. 24-year-old Nicoya is 6 months in, and the most important part of her life is her relationship with Christ.
I'm in the Esther's House program, and there's 3 phases of it. There's foundations, rebuilders, and transition.
Nicoya and other women in the program lead a structured life, and it's all part of the plan.
And that's top priority here, to make you feel safe, protected, and full so that you can be in the sound mind so that you can get that third part, the Christ. If you're worried about your basic necessities not being met, then it's harder for you to really focus on Christ, which really matters.
As part of her discipleship, Nicoya, like the other students at Faith City Mission, spends several hours each week completing chores.
So we go out to Mission Ranch and we clean on Mondays. And at first I was like, I don't want to do that. But the more that I do it, it feels amazing to give back the way that I do it. I'm doing it unto Christ, not unto myself.
And her smile is a reflection of the light that's filled her life, far from the darkness that once enveloped her.
I tried to find comfort in alcohol, and it's a false comfort. I became an alcoholic, and I ran my life into the ground. I couldn't do it on my own anymore. So I came here.
And it's here where in 2024, more than 73,000 meals were served. 2,400 pieces of clothing were dispersed. And it's here where we offered more than 7,000 warm showers and safe nights to all those men, women, and children that stayed at the shelter. But our mission goes beyond meeting physical needs. It's about life-changing spiritual transformation. Last year, over 120 individuals like Rodney committed their lives to Christ.
I'm not gonna say from the moment I got there, but early on, my heart just started changing. And I think they took
Hey, I'm here with Shanna James. This is really, I think, we're friends on Facebook, but I think this is probably only my second or third time to really be in your presence physically. And so this is a great honor for me. Tell the people who you are, who you're affiliated with, and what you do in Amarillo.
Yeah, so I am Dr. Shanna James. I grew up here in the Panhandle, grew up a whole 42 miles from here in Tolia, and so I am currently the executive director of Andrea's Project. So some of you may not be familiar with that. Andrea was a senior here in 2019, and another 17-year-old had been drinking all day and smoking weed and killed her after driving her vehicle. And so our mission is to reduce alcohol and substance-related harm with a primary goal of youth prevention and access to ultimately stop impaired driving. And so I have been there since February. Before that, I was at Public Health. I went over there in 2020, if you remember what happened then. But prior to that, I was actually a professor and primary provider at Texas Tech Health Science Center. So I've done a lot of different things, but now in that role, I'm able to bring all that different education and aspects and learning that I've done into this role. And so one of the things, kind of giving that history of why I'm here today and kind of involved, is when I was at Public Health, looking at those that were higher risk for mortality for COVID, were justice involved, mental health, substance abuse, and those experiencing homelessness.
Yeah.
And so part of my grant was working with those populations and working with those agency organizations to look at the bigger picture, right? So we had a lot of funding that came into town, and so yes, I don't want them to die from COVID, but what are those other things that increase their risk, which is the food insecurity, not stable housing, all of those things that we know also put them at risk of other chronic disease states as well. And so that is where I was introduced to the continuum of care. So if you don't know what the continuum of care is, it's, which in healthcare that means something completely different. So the continuum of care is kind of like a coalition. It's a body of collaborative body of organization, individuals, and agencies coming together to form strategic plans for their local community. And if you have your own local COC, certain federal funding through HUD, you get to determine where that funding goes. And so most of the state of Texas is under the balance of state. So it's like one big COC. Amarillo is kind of like a little right there in the middle, Potter and Randall County, and Lubbock just got approved to be their own COC. So I got involved with that and just learning and getting to partner with different organizations and agencies that directly impacted those experiencing homelessness. But I also was able to kind of bring a different perspective that needed to be expanded. Yes, the people that are dealing with it day to day, the experts, need to be at the table, but so many more people. It's, homelessness is definitely a very complex issue, and it's going to require a community and not just a few organization agencies or individuals. And so that's something I kind of brought in with me. I ended up joining the board. I recently had to step off of it, but I think that's important too, and kind of just how others can get involved. And so the COC is very important. Anybody can join. It's free. You don't have to be an organization. You don't have to be an agency. You can just be an individual that's invested in, interested. So that's where I am now. And so they want people with lived experience. Yeah. Because that is so powerful. Somebody that has actually experienced to really understand. Sometimes, when we make decisions as leaders, we assume why things are happening versus maybe the reality of what it is. Yeah. And so I think having that component of people that have been there, walked it, can really speak to, is this going to be effective? And every homelessness is a systemic issue across the United States, but every community is a little different. Right. And the resources available or unavailable, right? And so I think in Amarillo we have some amazing resources. It's just that connection, collaboration, and working together, because we all have the same goal. Yeah. And so I still get probably at least 5 calls or texts a week with something regarding this issue. I got one last night at 11 o'clock. Still available, still open to share those resources, working with the hospitals or whoever it may be. Yeah. But just with my job now, it's just really taken off. And so there for a while, I was doing probably additional 40 hours on top of my 40 hours of work. Right. Because if I'm involved with something, I cannot not do it. Yeah. Right. And so my family and friends kind of did an intervention with me. I had another health concern come up, and I'm like, you know what? I have to take a step back. Yeah. But even if I'm not a leader at the table, I still can be a leader to my community. Yeah. And so I'm still mentoring several that I've already started. And so some of them have now got jobs. Some of them are about to potentially get their first house in a long time. Yeah. And so, it was funny. I was joking. Like one day I had a meeting with the police chief. And then that evening I was talking to somebody who's known to sell drugs. That's my widespread spread of, who I interact with, and every single person is important, and I love them and I care about them, and I want them to know that they matter. And sometimes we make bad decisions, but they're not bad people. Right, yeah. The decision doesn't define them. Yeah. The decision is usually a byproduct of something else. A lot of the time it is good people that have just found themselves in a bad situation, and then they don't know what's the next step to get out of it. They just don't know. And that's where it takes the organizations to come together and come alongside and say, hey, we've got some resources here. They've got some resources over there, to help them realize you're not a bad individual. And a lot of the time, I think the misconception, especially in the homeless community, is they're lazy, they're making bad decisions. But what we don't realize is so many of them that are in the homeless community now, they are there because of a decision that was made that affected them. It wasn't even necessarily their decision. It was a parent, a caregiver, a brother, somebody made a decision that negatively affected them, and then they found themselves in a situation that they didn't know how to get out of. And then, what do we tend to do? We tend to, when we don't know where the resources are, we tend to take matters into our own hand. And then now what you have is a homeless situation that I've been thrust into, and then along the way I develop an addiction. And then now I'm in the cycle of that. And I know from like my own life, I left home at 16. I'm 50 now. I left home at 16. My home was terrible. I started drinking. I smoked my first joint at 9, started drinking at 12, out of the house at 16, living in my car at 17, eating out of dumpsters, had an addiction at 18. I was at the doctor
and told me, he said, what is the legal drinking age in the state of Texas? I said, it's 21. He goes, at the rate you're going, you won't live to be 21. And by the grace of God, I still was drinking heavily and using things. And the Lord sustained me until, close to my mid-20s. And then I had a powerful encounter with the Lord. But then there was still the residual. There were physical things, there were mental things, there was a wake of damage that I had left. And I look back now and I detoxed at home. I didn't know that you're not supposed to do that. I detoxed at home, and I can even, all these years later, I can remember just the feeling of literally how the pain of you have this craving. It felt like my bones were breaking from inside out. And then to realize now there are resources that would have helped me. There were people that would have come alongside of me. I didn't realize that what I was doing, I was medicating a trauma. I had every type of abuse, mental, emotional, physical, sexual. And all I was doing was I had found a way to medicate that and to numb that. And that's all I was doing. Because then the reality was now you have sober Robert, but he's still a traumatized Robert. And so now what you have is because at least when I was, in my opinion, when I was under the influence, at least I wasn't in rage. And so now what you've got is you've got a sober man, traumatized and angry. And for those around me, that was terrible. Specifically my wife. I mean, our first marriage, 7 years of marriage were absolute hell on earth. And now, all these years later, being involved with this and even the years leading up to me being here, I've learned, we've got to take care of the trauma. We get so centrally focused on, well, let's just get them sober. Man, sometimes getting them sober is not the answer. Let's get to the root of it. And I think when we can partner together and we can say, hey, here's what we can offer and here's what you can offer. And we can say, if we can do that together and we can take a handful of lives and change those lives, we're successful. And so I've spent, I became the director in 24. I spent the first year kind of fixing some cultural things here for us as a staff to unify us, to get us working with each other, trusting one another. And then from 25 until early 25 until now, I've really been trying to be diligent to make connections with other organizations to get us off of an island and say, hey, we do want to help, but we also want help. We want you to be able to pick up the phone and call us and say, I got a man or a woman that needs help. I like to be able to pick up the call and say, hey, I've got a young person that I think that you could be a great help to get them. They're not going to fit the role for our program. They don't necessarily need homeless care, but they need a resource because they're out here, they got a home, they got a car, they got a job, but they're drinking and they're using drugs at a level that, if not addressed, doesn't become detrimental. And so to be able to say, hey, how do we start the conversation and what do we do? And it starts with stuff like this. It starts with, coming together and just having a conversation. Kingdoms have been built off of conversations. And so to be able, we've sat from 2 o'clock yesterday until this very moment, we have sat with some really great organizations in Amarillo. Some I knew, some I didn't. And to realize we're really not all that different. No. We really are moving in the same direction, but for whatever reason, we're moving in the same direction, but pulling on two different ends of the string and not realizing, hey, let's come alongside. And so with that, I have just a few questions for you. I don't know how familiar you are with Faith City and what everything that we do here. We are indeed a homeless shelter. That's our DNA. Started in 51. Feed, clothe, shelter, preach the gospel. That is our foundation. We still do those very things today. But since then, we have the 2 drug recovery programs, men and women, 12 months. We have the children's ministry that is right inside that window for the mamas that have their kids. So now we have a safe place. We have a work program for men. We also have what we call the Mission Night program. It was always directed for men. It's men that they got a little income They're drug-free, alcohol-free. They're just not viable to take care of themselves. They have to have a structured environment. So they live here with us. And then last year, we brought on, in our 74 years of existence, we brought our very first woman missionite in, Miss Tony. Yeah, Miss Tony is an elderly lady, had a home, couldn't take care of it anymore, ended up with her sons, and her sons just didn't want to take care of her, so they actually brought her and put her in the parking lot across the street. Our women's director brought her in the overnight dorm when we first opened it, helped her get to a care facility, and her insurance ran out, and so she couldn't stay. And Ms. D showed up, Tony's sitting in the parking lot again, and I get a phone call, and she is wrecked by the fact that this little woman is sitting outside. She goes, I want to meet with you and Raymond. So she comes up and she tells us all about Miss Tony. And she said, what I want to propose is I want to bring her in as a missionite. I said, well, we've never done that before. She goes, I know, but we can. And I said, how does that look? And she said, I've got this bed available, I got this space available. And she already had the plan. This is how Miss Tony will give back. Because we don't charge for anything we do, it's literally free. And so we brought Miss Tony in, and Miss Tony, I see her every day. She comes over, hooks her arm in my arm, puts her hand on my midsection, and she says, Pastor Robert, I say, yes, ma'am. She says, I prayed for you today. Oh. And then she looks at me, she goes, and I just love you. But because we were able to get her out of there, and now she has a place to be. So there's a lot that we do. And so with that understanding, what is it from your vantage point looking in? What do you feel is vital to our community that Faith City offers? Why are we essential to the Amarillo area, in your opinion?
Yeah, so I have been referring people to Faith City Mission for over 15 years. When I was at Tech, our students actually would come and do health screening for you guys.
Okay.
And so back then, you know, I had just kind of adjacent. We would do things at the Guyon Sanders Resource Center. We would come on with you guys, and it just allowed me at that point to have a different perspective on how to be a better healthcare provider, and understanding what the barriers were. So that allowed me coming into Faith City Mission and talking to the men at that time that they had asthma or COPD and didn't have access to an inhaler. Yeah. And what that looked like and what they would try to do. And so at first you introduced me to that. So I started having conversations with the hospital about charity medications and JOIA and discharging them with meds. And so, but you know, it's so important. So actually brought somebody today.
Okay.
Brought somebody today. So their plan fell through. And this is somebody I've known my whole life, and looking at your Hopes for Men program, but you know, the option is he could have a bed tonight. Yeah. And he's not going to be on the street. And so I think it's so important that y'all don't just have one program, that there's different things, because people are going to have different needs. Yeah. And so I was so excited when y'all were opening up the women and children's. So many people think the face of homelessness is older white men. Yeah. Right? Those are the pictures, straggly beard. Yeah. What people don't realize is the highest population, determining what you look at the definition, is women and children. Yeah. And so many of them have different situations. They're one paycheck away. They have a high risk, or you know, a sick child, and so they have to take off too many times, and then they lose their job. Martha's Home, Downtown Women's Center, all of these. I mean, y'all's women's program. I mean, there is a waiting list for women with children. There's not enough places. Yeah. And so a lot of times they will then put themselves in a situation that's even more high risk, because they're so desperate. So they're going to a man or staying with a family member that's not safe. Yeah. And so the domestic violence, you know, and sexual assault and all of those things that are happening, because people just don't have a place to go. And so for y'all to open up an emergency shelter for that, but then also have a program for that next step for them. Yeah. That's huge. But you also have your store, your clothing closet, right? And so I have been referring people to that for so many years, because I was a healthcare provider, right? And so I had a job, right? I'm managing a disease state. But if someone doesn't have access to food, if somebody doesn't have access to clothes, they're not worried about managing their diabetes.
No.
And so I have always seen that bigger picture is I had to know those resources to better serve my populations.
Yeah.
If I want to get their blood pressure, diabetes controlled, I have to look their substance abuse, their mental health, right?
Yeah.
That more holistic approach. Do you have a support?
Right.
Do you have anybody that checks on you? And so many, especially like the elderly, so like Axe Community Center and the Wesley Community Center,
Yes.
I would be referring my patients to that. So my outcomes compared to other healthcare providers were significantly better, even though I had the most indigent poverty patients. And they're like, Shanna, how are you doing that? And I'm like, I'm a street trained social worker,
Yeah.
right? And so I learned early on. And so Faith City has always been one that y'all have offered resources that are just vital to our community. And y'all have done it to such a high standard. Your food is amazing.
Yeah, we do it at a different level with the food,
Right,
for sure.
and so, someone is kind of expressing to me, and so I actually just, people staying at other shelters may actually come eat with y'all and then go,
Well.
go to the other shelters
Yeah.
because that high level,
Yeah.
but you use your own people,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah, because what we're doing is everything we do here is with the intent of teaching structure, give back, scheduling, and because we don't charge, like for our students, we don't charge them to be here, we ask for give back hours. And so they're learning before they ever go back out in the workforce, they're learning how to keep a job schedule. You know, if you're in the kitchen, if you're in food service, you have a schedule, you have days you work, you have to be there at certain times. And we don't come and find you. We don't come and say, hey, why are you not in the kitchen? We let it ride, and then when you miss your schedule, it's just like if you were at the job. Hey, here's a write-up. We're teaching you to be responsible, but what happens is they begin to take ownership. And so now they don't view themselves in that moment as I'm a student. They view themselves as I'm a partner. I'm partnering with Faith City to take care of this individual. And they take pride in what they do. And then you begin to see, especially in food service, you begin to see these men, especially because that's who mainly works in the kitchen, they have a cooking talent. They have the ability. You know, there's a gentleman named Randy Wheeler that came through our program a number of years ago, came through the program, worked in food service here. Raymond used his connection as a chef to connect him with the food manager at Hodgetown. Randy went to work at Hodgetown, did so well there, they made a recommendation for him to go to work at Ranger Stadium in Dallas. He doesn't work for Ranger Stadium. He actually works for the Texas Rangers now. When they won the World Series, got a World Series ring. And when Randy was here, it was about a year and a half ago, he came and spoke to the student body. But Randy was sharing with Raymond and I, he said, hey, he goes, we haven't announced it yet. He goes, he was working under the umbrella of, because all of those are broke up. He was under one umbrella of a group of food service providers in the stadium. And he said, they're putting me over 30 service providers. He's going to be the manager over that. He came out of this program and he's now a member of the Texas Rangers. And he's thriving. And so but it started with somebody saw something with him in food service preparing for the homeless community. And Raymond said, brother, you have a talent. You have an ability. Nobody could teach you this. You already have it. And so Raymond just honed it with him a little bit, took him over there. They developed him and then got him to where he's at today. And Randy is literally living the dream right now. And he's sober, he's successful. Then he was engaged, fixing to get married. He's married now. And he is, he's on top of the world. And it started right here. And so we see those things. You know, maybe not everybody's going to end up at Ranger Stadium, but they might end up being the manager at a local business. Yeah. They might end up, we got a guy that was in our program, you might end up being the crew leader in a cabinet shop when you had no cabinet building experience a year and a half ago. And so it's finding that and letting them know, hey, you've got talent, you've got ability, you have something to offer. And what's amazing to me is most of them do come out of the homeless community. And it just takes one person to look at them and say, hey, I see you. I see you. I've seen you hiding behind your circumstance, but now I see you. And so, yeah, what we do, we try to do it at such a level, especially the way we do our food service, even the way we present the meals. You know, we don't, I love the fact that we don't line people up in a line and just slop a tray of food. We present that, and we do it the same way. You know, Raymond was the executive chef at the Amarillo Club, and so when we make those plates, we do it the way that Jerry Hodge and those guys taught him years ago. Protein in the front at 6 o'clock, and then the sides are a certain way, and we do that consistently every meal, every day, because we're not just giving a meal, we're giving them an experience that, hey, you're valuable, and we want to serve you, and we want to, in this moment, give you dignity and honor you, because the reality of it is so many of them don't get that out here. They're overlooked. And so you're exactly right. That is probably one of my favorite things we do. As somebody who's, you know, I've cooked for many and I have a passion to cook, to be able to do that here with the same passion and see our students do it and our volunteers come and do it, it's really an amazing thing. And so I know we're going to wrap up. I got some other guys, but what is the one thing that you can say to Amarillo that is important about what you're doing, what Faith City does, what Gon Sanders does? Why are these types of ministries and organizations important to the Texas Panhandle? And even for us, we're not just a Panhandle ministry. We've got guys here from literally all over the country. But why is it important, in your opinion, that these places exist and they thrive and they grow? Why is that important to the Amarillo area?
So I'm a part of a lot of other things too. I'm also a co-chair for Reentry. And so if we want our neighborhood safer, if we want community safer, you have to have programs like yours. And if you've never had the opportunity to do a poverty simulation, I highly recommend it, because part of it, they have someone go around and offer you to become a drug dealer, and you're so frustrated at the point, the number of people who become drug dealers in this simulation because they can't survive.
Yeah.
Right? And you spoke to this point earlier, a lot of people that I've met, and I call a lot of people that are out here in this community my friend.
Yeah.
They have me on Facebook. They can call me in the middle of the night. They are my friend. I see them. I love them. They're important. And so a lot of them did not start using substances until they were at this point.
Yeah.
And so they just really need someone to see them, love on them, and see that spark in them.
Yeah.
And that is going to make our community safer.
Yeah.
And you said it. These people are working towards it. Yes, y'all have the shelter, but if they want to do the other program, they have to be accountable and they have to do something. And so that's a misconception. I think a lot of people think that, well, you're just giving them for free, and they're never going to learn to fish because you're giving them the fish.
Yeah.
But you have to. If I was in that situation and I was just in so much trauma and survival, you have to get them to a point where then they can get out of it, right? They are drowning. So you're getting them to the surface. Now, hey, swim with us. I'm going to swim alongside you.
Yeah.
And so kind of looking at that way. And so we have to support these programs.
Yeah.
We have, because it is people that, there are people that something happened in their life and they lost everything. It could happen to you or I.
Oh, yeah.
It could happen to anyone. And so if we are not looking out for our neighbors, and these guys are our neighbors, these women are our neighbors.
Yeah.
And if we are true Christians, we are going to look to everyone in our community and love on them, support them. And you guys have a history and know what you're doing.
Yeah.
And so other organizations also needs to come in and learn from you guys as we're starting new programs. And we need to understand really what's out there and how do we add to it, or have a system to where, okay, now this is another transition. Maybe there needs to be another step in between there. The more we work together, the greater. And I am so much about collaboration. And that's what I'm now doing with the youth.
Yeah.
What happened to you in your life? That's what I want to focus on.
Yeah.
I want to take your experience. I want to take these men and women's experiences and then come back to these youth and be like, I was sitting where you were sitting. And that is also peer.
Yeah.
Now, it may have been 5, 10, 15, 50 years ago, but I see you. I was there. I was sexually abused. I had physically, my parents didn't love me.
Yeah.
But there's a better way, and I don't want you to go down that same pathway.
Yeah.
And so that's something that we're looking at bringing in. And so I have people come in, that are offenders come into a class with me, and they think we're going to do this.
Yeah.
But instead we do this.
Right.
There's a lot of crying and a hugging and support, and a lot of times it's the first time they've shared any part of their story.
Yeah.
And I say, your story is important. You made a bad choice. You drunk and drive. You got high and drive. But you are not a bad person, and we want you to survive. We don't want your family to have to bury you.
Yeah.
And they're so surprised by that, because they think we're going to come in him and like give them the finger, and we come in and we have them share, and we encourage them to get the support and help they need.
Yeah.
And I can't tell you how many are continue to follow up with us, and they then now want to share their story with others, because they don't want other people to go down the path that they went through.
Yeah.
And I think it's looking at that trauma-informed perspective, and as any organization or entity, we can look at it that way.
Yeah.
That we should treat everybody, even when they make a bad decision, they are still important and worthy of our support and love, and that's what I hope our community does. And supporting organizations like Facing a Nation, maybe you can't give your time, maybe you can't come out here, but giving your money can help support to get someone to have a better life.
100%. Shanna, thank you. Thank you for your time. Thank you for what you're doing. I've watched you pretty closely on social media, and and then the opportunities arise for this. And so I look forward to more conversations, more collaboration. And so thank you for your time. I honor you today. I bless you in all that you do. And so, ladies and gentlemen, Shanna James, Andrea's Project, out there getting it done, truly be in the hands and feet of Jesus. And so I thank you for that. And we're going to jump off. I got a few more. And so just thank you again so much.
Yes.
At Faith City Mission, we're committed to feed the hungry, to clothe the needy, and to shelter the homeless, and to preach the gospel, to bring hope, healing, and transformation to those in crisis. By partnering through donations, volunteering, or raising awareness, you can help amplify this impact by meeting needs, spreading God's grace, and making a lasting difference in our community.
At Faith City Mission, we believe in bringing hope, healing, and transformation to all those in need. My name is Heidi. I'm the Director of Development. Women are welcome to shop with us on Tuesdays at 1:30, and men's shopping is on Thursdays at 1:30. Our clothing is made available to anyone who is in need, from the homeless guest to those needing help dressing for a job interview. We want to help everyone. If your kids have outgrown their school clothes and you need help finding pieces that fit them, we want to help. If you're new to town without a support system, we want to support you. For anyone facing urgent needs, emergency clothing is also available on a case-by-case basis. We appreciate donations of gently used clothing and shoes. Our goal is for our guests to feel hope and confidence towards their next step of success. We receive donations like this every week, and we are always so grateful. Our team here will sort through these clothes, and the gently used in-season clothes will go on our rack. And then out-of-season, gently used clothes will be distributed around the world for all those in need. What we need in Amarillo right now is clothes to prepare people for the winter months. So we're talking hats, gloves, scarves, jackets, boots, things that are going to keep them warm as the cold weather approaches. We want to thank you for giving to Faith City Mission, and thank you for impacting our city in such a powerful way.
So when kids come in, the first thing that we usually see is they are dysregulated. A lot of them are coming in and having to detox themselves. So that looks like a lot of snuggles and a lot of them sleeping, trying to come down from whatever they were exposed from. It also looks like food insecurities, them wanting to carry around food with them all day long because they don't know when they're gonna have their next meal. They don't understand that food is accessible to them the whole time that they're here. It looks like them finding a toy or a blanket and being attached to it to the point where if they don't have it, they're dysregulated immediately. They also struggle a lot with speaking. A lot of our kids come in and because of the trauma or the things that they were exposed to, they don't talk. And so we are getting them to engage with us and have conversations and getting them caught back up to the point where they're comfortable with even having a conversation with us. I see myself as someone who's stepping in and protecting them and saying, what you've been through is not okay, and I know that, and I'm sorry that you had to go through that, and now I'm here to help you. When our kids finally hit that stage of they know that they're safe and that we're here to help them, we see that progression in them where we have a breakthrough in potty training where they need to be, or a breakthrough in walking and being normal, and having that relief of they're not having to sleep all day, but they can now play and function and they feel better. And when I see that breakthrough, when we get to interact with them and see them being normal kids, I'm like, okay, like this is why we're here, this is why I'm here, this is why I'm doing this, is because the Lord's placed me to protect the kids and to see them get to be able to be kids.
Welcome back. We are here with John Sauter, John the Painter, the Silver Fox, however Manny and Amarillo may know him. I just know him as John. And I met John here at Faith City. He came in after many years of just hardcore outlawing, living for the world. Came in here, just wanted to change. And so, John, I just want you to kind of talk to us a little bit of, you came in here with an addiction that had kind of followed you around for quite a while.
Yeah.
But also you had found yourself kind of in a, maybe on and off, you had kind of seen homelessness up close. So I want you to kind of share with us your experience on homelessness, but then what it meant for you to finally get to the end of yourself and be able to know, hey, there's some resources for me to go and to learn how to change my life.
Well, first of all, Faith City Mission's been around a long time.
Yeah.
And I remember at the old place, it was 2015 probably. I was homeless then. I was in the process of getting married, but my fiance had kicked me out of the house and I didn't have a place to stay. And I had a chance to get on the work program back then. And in my mind, it was, that's as far as you're gonna help me, help me get a job. They helped me get a job. And then I actually left the state on this job and I came back and Faith City kept all my personal belongings. They locked them up. And I said, wow, that's pretty cool. They actually saved my stuff, and I was honored for that. And at that time, Bill Shaw was head of security, and he planted a seed in my life a long time ago when we both were working for the same guy, back when Bill was still out there in the world. And I felt like, wow, God's changed him. He can change me. And I struggled with drugs and alcohol for a long time. I didn't know where to turn to, but I was homeless at the time and I was hungry. And I kept coming up here and I was just a guest like everybody else. But in my mind, I kept looking around and seeing that there's something more. And I want that, and I watched the people change that were going through the year program at that time, and I said, man, if they can do it, I can do it if I just pray that God would deliver me from this bondage, which I was in. And I learned the longer I stuck around here, that I felt like I have a chance.
Yeah.
And I was very honored that God gave me a chance, and Faith City gave me a chance, and here it is, 2025.
Yeah.
And I'm still alive by the grace of God, because I truly believe that if I would have continued on that path of drugs and alcohol, I would be a statistic right now.
Right.
I wouldn't even be here.
Right. So now when did you graduate the program here?
That was 2022.
So 2022, so 3 years later, you are sober.
Yes, sir.
You are successful. You're out there. Not only are you working and doing different things, but you have come back, and not just with the guys here, but in different areas. If I understood right the other day when you were here, you were talking about that you are now sponsoring 10 men.
Yes, sir.
And giving back to men the lessons that you've learned. And really for me, it's super cool to see up close, because the reality of it is most people won't mentor 10 people in their lifetime. And you're doing it currently right now. And that doesn't count the ones that you had previously done. And so kind of share with me why the sponsoring those men. Why is that important to you?
Well, it's an honor to be able to give back. You know, I've heard the saying, and now I believe it is, you can't keep what you have unless you give it away.
Right.
What God has given me, I consider as a gift. I know this is a tough program. Faith City Mission Men's Program is a challenge. And to stay here for a year and to listen to the rules and regulations, but if you just get out of your head and just think about what an honor it is to serve other people, to help the homeless, and help the sick, and I've had an honor to go into hospitals now and pray for people and to do different things. It makes me a better man. It makes me honored to be able to give it back, because you can't keep it unless you do.
Yeah.
You know, I'm honored to be part of Faith City, and it's like I said, the program is set up the way it is for a reason. Right. You know, a lot of people, I've seen a lot of people go through this that didn't make it.
Yeah.
You know, and that hurts inside for me, because you know, you become friends with these guys, but you got to be willing to go all the way.
Right. Yeah. You got to get out of your own way to do it. I've got a few pretty pointed questions I want to ask you, but one, why? Because since your graduation from the program, you have stayed consistently connected to Faith City, whether it's coming in and sponsoring a man or just coming in to just have lunch, bouncing in to come have lunch with the staff, stopping in because you're in the neighborhood just to come in and say, hey, here I am. How are you guys doing? I'm doing good. Giving a quick update. Why is that connection still important to you?
Well, because no matter what you're going through in your life, your personal life, Faith City's been there for me. You know, I experienced. I have a twin brother that passed away a couple of years ago, and he was fighting alcoholism, and he died of cirrhosis of the liver. And at that time, he watched me change. And just before he passed away, he says, if you can do it, I can do it too. And we prayed and just left it in God's hands. And then I came back. He was from a different state in Nebraska, and I was here in Texas. And so when I came back to Texas after the funeral, or even before I left, I came up to your office, I remember. And I said, man, how do I deal with this? Because that was the first hurt. And in the past, I would just go back out and I'd use drugs and stuff. But I found a different way this time, you know, and the power of prayer, the power of the people that I just put trust in.
Yeah.
And believe that there is a better way. And now I'm very grateful, because I've continued to stay clean and straight. And
the power of community is important. I want to talk to you just a moment about that. When your brother, your twin, it's traumatic when you lose a sibling in general, but when you lose a twin, there is a bond between twins that it's a different type of bond. And when I will always remember vividly the day that you reached out and said, hey, can I come talk to you? I told Lacey I need to come talk to Pastor. And I told her, well, have him come by. And I remember us going up to my office and you telling me, hey, I found out my brother passed. And I said, John, when did your brother pass away? And literally it was moments before you were in my office that you had gotten the call.
Yeah.
And you shared that very thing with me. You said, before, this would have drove me back into using. And you said, but I knew that I could come here and you and Bill and the different ones would pray for me and you would love me. And we did that. And that was one of those most telling times to say, that's a guy, one, got some healing, but two, understood in the power of community, the power of prayer, the power of a relationship with the Lord to navigate through one of the most traumatic times of your life, the loss of your brother, and the fact that you were here and your brother's in Nebraska. You weren't even together. Kind of walk us through the process of that, because then you even with that, you went back home, and if I understood correctly, you officiated that service, did you not?
Yes.
And then literally came back to Amarillo, and I believe the next day you were here giving us an update.
Yes.
Kind of walk us through that from the phone call to your return back here. What were some of the tools you learned at Faith City that you utilized during that?
What I remember about that is my when I did come back to Faith City, it was a turnaround for me because I knew that I needed to keep growing and helping. If I was to give myself to this place or anything, just to help people that were homeless and hopeless, like I felt. And my brother, when I was there, I got to be part of his funeral, and it was an honor, and his family. I never was fortunate to have kids.
Yeah.
And so I got to reach out to his son, his daughter, and grandkids, and be part of their life. And still today is very much part of their life, because they lost their dad. They lost and I lost my best friend.
Yeah.
So God showed me that turn this around for His glory, and that's what I've done. I've started sponsoring some of the students here as they go through the program. They have certain things that they have to do in a 12-step program to graduate, to be signed off. And it was an honor for me to be part of that, and I've been able to help people out today. And one of the first people that I took on was a twin. Imagine that, and I watched him graduate. I mean, I got to do the 4th and 5th step with him and just the different things, the process. But Faith City is very organized, and everything that Faith City does for that men's program, if you just get out of the way and let God do His work, you can make it, and we can all change, and it's made me a stronger, better person today. I feel like God has given me the desire to help others.
That's fantastic. We're going to wrap up here in a second. What is the one thing that you feel about Faith City is the most important thing to you personally? What is it that Faith City does that impacted you the deepest, that is vitally important to John as an individual?
Well, when the doors are open and they allow you, you can come in and get a meal, you can come in and get clothes. People care for you. They're there for you, and it's an honor to be part of that, I've been able to grow from it myself personally, but also I've been able to help others, and that's what God has made this a turnaround for me. And I'm just honored to be part of Faith City, and I'm just looking forward to whatever happens in the future. I'm here and I'm ready.
We're honored to have you as a part of our family and helping our men through the program and helping our homeless. When you come in, there's been times you've come in to help service at lunch, and we just appreciate that, man. I honor you and I love you. I enjoy seeing the impact you're now having in the lives of these men, and it's pretty evident. We have certain guys that have come through our program that are sponsoring or mentoring other men in the program, and it's real evident which guys are partnered with which guys. You can see the lessons and characteristics you're teaching. We can see the lessons and characteristics Craig Moore's teaching. We can see those things. They not necessarily that they become like you, but they are learning from you, and so utilizing those tools and practicing them, it may be in the same manner that you did. And so I love to see that. I love to say, that's the guy that's with John. That's the guy with Craig. Because I know that you guys are taking care of them and nurturing them and covering them and in prayer and in counsel. And so I am thankful for you. I appreciate you so very much.
Thank you, sir.
Hey, man, thank you for your time. Thank you for coming out.
Thank you.
Awesome.
You're next.
I'm Gary, I'm 64. During my lifetime, I've been to prison 5 times. Charges were burglary, habitation, forgery, auto theft, drug possession. But I've done a total of about 14 years behind bars over it. Faith City Mission has changed my life. It's given my life back is what it's done. I have to give all the credit to Faith City Mission and the Lord. I'm a child of God. I was lost at one time. I've been found. You can be found too.
Well, welcome back. I am with Miss Angela Sprusk. She, from my experience with her, she has been coming to Faith City preaching in chapel to our lunchtime, to our guests and to our student body and staff that are in there. And so it is an honor to have you here with me tonight, or today. Tell us a little bit about you, your involvement in the Amarillo community, and what your involvement in your history with Faith City is.
My history with Faith City Mission, I guess I've been kind of a part of Faith City Mission for over 20 years.
Oh, okay.
I came and Mr. Raymond, I know him. I got an exception letter from him years ago about me speaking at Faith City Mission. And I came in and I would speak to the people that came in, and I began to get to know the guys that would be here and the people that was in the kitchen, and it did me more good to come and speak to them, I think, than it did them, because it was a blessing,
Yes,
to me. And my heart is for the homeless.
Yes, sir.
My heart just pondered, and I hate to see them out on the street, and I talk to a lot of them. A lot of them is out there because life happened.
Life happened.
Life happened. And life can happen to any of us.
Yes.
Because any of us is just a paycheck away from being homeless.
Yes.
And people's got to realize that. Don't think that you got it so good that nothing can happen to you.
Right.
Because life does happen.
Yeah.
And so a lot of them said life happens, and your heart goes out and you try to help as much as possible. And then there's people out there because they want to be out there. It's a choice.
It is a choice.
That they want to be out there because they don't want rules and they don't want regulation. I done talked to both sides of them.
Yeah.
So I know. And you have to respect
Oh, yeah.
they what they want.
Yeah.
Because they have a choice.
Yep.
To whether they want to do it or not. Just like Jesus gave us a choice of whether we want to serve him or not.
Right.
They have a choice to whether I want to be homeless or whether I want to go get help. I talk about Faith City Mission everywhere I go and to everybody. If somebody come to me and want to know about a drug program, I tell them about Faith City Mission.
Yes, ma'am.
Because I don't know about everybody else,
Yeah.
all the other programs, but I do know about Faith City Mission.
Yeah.
So I can give a good word. If you come here and when you leave here, you're going to be drug free.
Right.
And you can go out in the community and you're ready to serve now. You're ready to go pay back tax dollars. You're ready to get back in there.
Yes.
And pull your weight.
Come on.
So I tell them, and when first time I say it's a year, people,
Oh, yeah.
pull back because it's a year. But if your mind is made up that you want to get off drugs, that you want to be free,
Yeah.
then it's a win-win
It
situation.
is. I tell them all the time when we tell them it's a year-long program, and they're like, oh, a year. And I'm like, I always follow it up this way. If I could give you a surefire investment, that if you would invest in it for 12 months,
Absolutely.
you would have a lifetime of return. Would you do that? Well, yeah, absolutely. That's what you're doing. You are taking 12 months of your life.
That's right.
And you are investing in the most important thing you've been entrusted with, which is you, which will produce a lifetime of investment and return.
Yes.
So you're willing to make the investment. And some of them, they're not, but so many more, and they're like, well, when you put it that way, I said, you're just investing in yourself.
That's right.
To receive the return down the road.
That's right.
And so many of them, I've seen them just buckle down, and they'll remind me of that. I'm like, when I check in with them, hey, well, how you doing? What's going on? Pastor, I'm investing. I'm investing my time and my energy, and I'm investing the resources you've given me and the lessons. I'm investing for my future.
Yes.
I said, that's exactly right. Because in investment, I always remind them, when I invest, if I take money and I invest it, I am not investing for tomorrow's return. I'm investing for the return down the road.
That's right. That's
and,
right.
And that's what you're doing. In 1 year, you're going to begin to return what you invested.
That's right.
And that's the thing, man. Why would you not invest in yourself?
Why would you not?
And so we see a lot of them that give up prematurely. They leave for whatever reasons. They just weren't ready, or when we get, especially, we've heard so many from our student, when they get to that Genesis process, because we're digging deep. We're getting to the root of why you're doing what you're doing. That's painful.
Yes.
And so many of them will get into about the third or fourth process of the Genesis process. It's 10 weeks, and they will quit because it's too painful. But then there's those that get to the third or fourth process and it's painful, but yet they realize the pain is producing.
That's right. That's
and
right.
so they'll buckle down.
Yeah.
These girls in this program, and a lot of the guys even this time, they talked about how they didn't like Genesis, but it shortchanged who they are. Didn't like it.
Yes.
And I remember over at the other building when I was coming, and I came in very similar to what you do. I came in, I volunteered, I preached in chapel, I did all those things. And I remember one time Miss Jenna giving me a word. She stood up and she just looked at me right before I preached in staff and student chapel, and she said, you are entering into a birthing process. You're into the birthing of a dream. And I was excited. I was like, oh, glory to God. Well, because I'm a dumb man and I don't understand a birthing process. I don't understand the pain of birthing.
Oh yeah.
And so she said that, and I'm rejoicing. Oh, we're going to be. And then I quickly realized birthing the promise is painful.
Yes, it is.
Birthing the promise, and then I began to look and remember when my wife birthed our children, not just the birthing, but the growth of that child changed the way she walked,
Absolutely.
the way she talked, the way she did things. And then the birthing of that child, now she's nurturing the child, but there is a residual effect to that birth. And I realized the birthing process changed me. It changed the way I walked. It changed the way I thought about things. It changed the way that I navigated. And then it changed the way I had an appreciation for the birthing of that promise in ministry and in my professional life. And then even now, you know, I remember my mom would always tell me, she's gone on to be with the Lord, but anytime I would give my mom a hard time, my mom would look at me and she said, boy, you better cut it out. And I was like, Mama, you need to relax. She said, listen, you're going to listen to me and you're going to quit hassling me, she goes, because you are the reason that I pee my pants when I sneeze. And I'm like, Mama, quit it. But that's the reality of it. The birthing, even though my mama loved me, she cherished me, that birthing had an effect that was lasting.
Yeah.
And so I look at that now, and that's what I tell them now. You're birthing something. When you're in the cocoon of this program, you are birthing something. It is painful. It's going to feel like it has turned you inside out.
Absolutely.
And then you're going to get to the other side, and there will always be, you know, Jacob wrestled with the Lord.
Yes.
Touched his hip. Give me the blessing, I'll let it touch his hip. And the rest of Jacob's life, he walked with a limp.
With a hip. That's right.
It was
That's right.
It was the reminder, the limp is the reminder that you wrestled and you tarried for something.
That's right.
You got it, but there's a
But you have
lasting.
to, that's right.
And so I tell them a lot of times, I say, I don't look for leaders that are perfect and polished. I look for leaders that walk with a limp, because that tells me you've birthed something.
Come on.
You've wrestled for
Yeah,
something.
yeah.
And you got to the other side. And so I remind them all the time, the men especially that I mentor away from here, I said, are you walking with a limp? Because if you're not walking with a limp, you gave up.
Come on.
You gave up before you got what you needed. And I tell them, I said, man, you look for a man or a woman that walks with a limp. And that'll tell you they've done something. And that's what I remind them in this program. I said, when you're done here, you'll walk differently. You'll walk with a limp as a reminder. You did the hard thing to get the promise. And I love the fact that we get to do that here. You know, so many of the people that we heard from, like John, came out of the homeless community because he just had enough.
Enough of it. Yeah.
He said, I just had enough. And so he's like, I see these men, their lives are changing. And he came in and he said, man, this program was hard. Harder than anything else I'd done. But now here we are 3 years down the road, and he has 10 men that he is mentoring.
Wow.
Currently 10 men.
That's
that
awesome.
He has given his time. And in doing it at such a high level that he said, man, it helps me stay the course.
Yeah.
Because they're dependent on me.
Yes. Yes.
And I love to see those things, the different ones that come in here. So much of our staff has gone through our program. And to see them now walk with a limp.
Yes.
The remembrance of where they've been. And then within their different parameters and their personalities, they are constantly teaching. They're teaching through conversation. They're teaching at lunch. They're teaching through their lifestyles. They're constantly teaching. Hey, you can do it.
That's right.
We got your back. You can
That's
do it.
right.
I've been there. Here's what you're about to. Here's what you're about to experience. But you can do it.
You can do it.
And don't give up.
Yeah.
You know. And so, I think it's important that people realize that.
I do too.
While we're doing what
I
we're
do
doing.
too.
And so, for you, why do you feel like this is an important ministry?
Oh my gosh, it is so important because people need it.
Yeah.
They absolutely need it. They need a place where they can come, they're not being condemned, they can be transparent.
Yeah.
This is who I am, this is what I did, but I need help.
Yeah.
And they can come here and they can get that help and they can stay here until they get up on their feet. But what I like most, when they get up on their feet, they can go out and get a job and still be here.
Yeah.
To get their money together so that when they do go back out there, oh, I'm ready now.
Yeah.
I got myself together.
Yeah.
Now I can do this thing.
Right.
So I think that it is a blessing. For me, you know, God put all of us here. We all have a purpose. We all have a calling. This is my calling. I love Faith City Mission. I love homeless. That's my heart. We go out and we feed. We go down to Tyler Resort and we feed every month. The people that used to us, they come and they tell us, I need blankets. I need this and I need that.
Yeah.
And then we go back and say, hey, this is what we need to help our homeless people, you know, and to pray for them and to give them hope, because just because they're out there, they still need hope.
Yes.
They still need somebody to say, me, I'm a hug, I'm a touch. I don't care about how dirty you are, how you smell. Right. That's nothing to me because it can be washed off. Yeah. I'll hug them and say, look, you can make it. You can survive. You can go get help if you want help. But if you're out here, because the Bible says that for us to feed the homeless.
Yes.
He said those that give to the homeless is you lending him money.
Yeah.
And let me tell you, I like to lend God money.
Yeah, absolutely.
Because you can't be God given, because he's going to give it back to you.
Yeah.
So this is what he said for us to do. You don't have to have a title. See, a lot of people just want to work inside of the church, inside of the wall.
Yeah.
But this is real ministry. It's outside of the church.
Oh, yeah.
It's out here. It's in the community. It's at Faith City Mission. It's at all of these places. Just to let them know, hey, Jesus still lives. He's still on the throne. He's still a forgiving God. Yeah. He's still a way maker and a provider. Yeah. He's still all of that.
Yeah.
Even though you homeless. And God say, we're going to always have the homeless. We're going to always have them.
Yeah.
But our job is to take care of them, because he said, when I was hungry,
yes,
you didn't feed me.
Yeah.
When I needed clothes, you didn't give me clothes.
Yeah.
So we don't ever know
when
we entertaining angels.
Right.
Out here.
Yeah.
So it's a calling, and it is a blessing. Yes. I love this ministry with everything I stand on. And Miss Jenny, she was prophetic.
Yeah.
She was a reckon to be forced with.
Yeah.
I've been in the service with her. I would come on Wednesday morning when you guys would come in there and sit. And I've been there, and I had been the teacher in there, and Miss Jenny would get up and she would go forth, and let me tell you, she would prophesy to people that was in there.
Yeah.
So this place is a force.
Yes, ma'am.
To be reckoned with.
Yes, ma'am.
And I tell everybody about Faith City Mission.
Yeah.
Because this is the place to come when you want help.
Yes, ma'am. Ms. Angels, I appreciate your support and your partnership with us. And I deeply appreciate the fact that, you know, so many in our community, they talk about, especially in the churches, they talk about what they're going to do and they never do.
Right, right.
And I love the fact that there are so many like you that they take the church outside the four walls and they get where the needs are.
That's right.
And I love that. I love the fact that we are in a community where so many people care about the homeless, care about the drug addict, care about the downtrodden, the one that, and to do it with no expectation other than I'm sowing into the kingdom.
That's it.
Into you, and
That's
you're the treasure of the kingdom. And so I honor you. I honor you as a minister first, but I also honor you as a partner for us, but a partner to our community. Amarillo needs more people like you.
Yes, sir.
That'll say, hey, I'm going to get up and go.
Here
I am, send me.
Yeah.
You know, the Lord reminds us in Scripture that the harvest field is ripe, but the workers are few.
A few.
And I think sometimes we think the harvest field is within the four walls
No.
of our church or
No.
within our denomination. That is not the harvest field.
No.
That is the equipping center.
That's right.
That is the equipping center to be taught, to be trained, to be discipled, to be sent out.
That's right.
The harvest
That's
field.
it.
The harvest field is out there.
That's it.
The harvest field is in that dining room. The harvest field is on the boulevard. The harvest field is at Westgate Mall.
Mm-hmm.
That's where the workers are needed.
That's it.
And it's just to look at the Lord and say, hey, I don't have much to offer, but what I offer, I lay at the altar of you, and I will go wherever
right.
you tell me to go. You know, as a father raising daughters, you know, I always wanted to keep my girls close to protect them.
Yes.
You know, and I have my youngest daughter, Hannah. She was out here with us a little bit ago. Hannah just turned 23 this week, and she has been telling us since she was, golly, 7 or 8 years old, I'm going on the missions field. That is, we had a lady come in, shared about a missions trip. It gripped her. And last year, Hannah came to us and she said, it's time. I said, what's time? She goes, I'm going to Nepal. And I'm like, oh, hold on, what do you mean? She said, a friend of ours, Todd Turnbow out of Lubbock, he pastors a church down there. She said he has a overseas missionary team, and they take people on trips to other countries, and they go and preach the gospel, and they do things. And I'm like, really, Nepal? I said, you realize that Nepal is hostile towards Christians? She said, yeah, I know. And so she went, and it was hard. The Lord really had to bring a peace to me, and we raised the money. We sent her. She was gone for 13 days, 14 days, whatever it was.
Wow.
And she was telling us about all the things that they were doing and the things they were seeing. And of course, there was a time difference. And I went to bed. I would text her, and in the middle of the night, I woke up early the next morning, and I had received a text message from her. And she said, Dad, pray. She said, because they are trying to bring in, you know, they had been a monarchy for 200 years. And then in the late 90s, early 2000s, they did away with the king. And they were trying to reestablish the kingship. And they were bringing in this very staunch Muslim king.
Oh.
And she said, they have locked the city down. And I said, okay. And she's like, they locked the city down. The declaration is that anybody from this time to this time that is caught outside on the street when they're bringing this king in to take him to the temple, they will be killed on sight. Because there was a group that said, we'll kill the king before he gets to the throne.
Oh.
Well, as a father who's on the other side of the world, I'm like, oh, Lord, you know.
Yeah.
I had my passport just in case something happened. I needed to jump the plane. But I knew in the moment, this is not a passport situation.
Yeah.
And so I got up and I started praying, and I'm like, Lord, protect her, protect those other missionaries, protect those people that live there.
Yes.
Because this is going to be serious business. And I prayed and prayed and prayed, and then I got a call from her here. I was at work, and I got a video call. And they had already gotten, when they lifted the declaration, they had left Nepal, caught a plane, went to Kathmandu, and they were already en route to fixing to leave Kathmandu to go to Dubai.
Oh, okay.
And she messaged Dad, we're okay. And when she came back and she started talking about all the things they had done, and I looked at her, I said, that is going to the harvest field. And since then, we've partnered with that ministry out of Faith City and our church, and get an update from him. And he's that missionary, that pastor there. He sent me an update for $700 American dollars. They could buy an individual out of sex trafficking.
Wow.
$700. That's the price of a human life. That's usually they would take these girls and these kids from their homes because they owed a debt. And it's $700. It's a large sum. And he sent me a message, and he said, because of your partnership, we were able to bring 26 women. And when they say women, we're talking 11 to 13 years old.
Yes.
26 women, we bought them out of sex trafficking, and they're now in our group home. We've got them in our discipleship. We've got them over here, and they're safe.
Praise Jesus.
26 people.
26.
It's $700 a person. That is the
Wow.
price of a human life. And I thought,
My God.
that's hands and feet. And so it really changed the way I viewed how we do some things here and how I do some things in my personal life. You know, the value of a human life is more than $700.
Yes, it is.
And if I can give of my time, my energy, my understanding, my resources, there is no amount of dollars and cents that you can put on a life that has changed.
That's right. That's
So
right.
that's why we're here. So I'm thankful for you. I'm thankful for your commitment. You are clockwork when it comes to serving with us, and I appreciate you for that. And I just thank you for sitting with me today.
Yes, sir.
Letting us share this time together, and I bless you, and I honor you.
Yes, sir.
And I'm thankful for you.
Yes, sir.
And I pray today is a day full of blessing and opportunity for you, and that
Yes,
the
sir.
Lord smiles on you today.
I
It says-
receive all of
It
that.
says, "Well done."
Yes, sir. I receive all of
Yes,
that.
ma'am.
Thank you so much.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, sir.
Community development, but within community development, we have the Coming Home program.
Well, hello. I am with Heather and Megan with Community Development, specifically Coming Home. It's a great honor. This was kind of last minute, but we have had, I'll be honest with you, we've had a lot of folks that were like, hey, what are you doing? Can I come down? They come down. We've had different ones that we reached out to, and they're like, hey, we can't come, but let me call these folks. And so we appreciate your flexibility to come down and spend some time with us. And so if you don't mind, let's spend a few minutes. Just kind of explain what is your program, what it does, and maybe even just a little bit of information. How do you apply? What are the qualifications for that program for those that don't know, myself included, that, you know, at the level I'm at here now as the director, less than 2 years, information I need to know. And so help us understand what it is you do and what's the avenue to get the resources you have.
Okay, so in 2018, as a response to our growing numbers of homeless individuals here in Amarillo needing assistance, Coming Home was a Housing First program that was developed. The first year we housed 35 people out of a homeless encampment. We had 4 staff at the time. We did the best we could with those first 35 people. We did receive some funding that allowed us to work with them in outreach to get their documents if they needed, ID, social security card, birth certificate, We could pay for that in our outreach program and then connect them to housing programs that were open. So some of those housing programs are going to be City of Amarillo HGV vouchers or HUD. We also have ESG vouchers, which are short-term vouchers that we receive, federal grants that we receive. There's a tenant-based rental program that we can connect them to. So Coming Home as a program, we are not a rental assistance program. And the way you enter our program is you contact community development and you leave your name and phone number, or if you want to refer someone and they're outside sleepers, you call the office. You can talk to the front desk lady. She'll send me an email. I have someone located off of 10th and Ross in a tent, and our outreach team is going to respond to that. We're going to go out, we're going to get to know those folks, build a relationship with them, ask them what their needs are, meet their needs in the moment with food, water, and just listen. Find out what their backstory is, find out a little bit about them. And then we're going to offer to do an intake packet with them, and we're going to start to give them resources. We're going to follow up with them after that day. If they want connection to mental health, to recovery, to just helping to get their documents, maybe they just need an ID and they want to go to work, but they don't have the documents they need for the ID. We're going to help purchase those for them. We're going to help them. Always having that goal in mind of moving forward from where they are.
Right.
We'll connect them to workforce if they want help finding a job. We can help them with resume building. Our outreach team, basically, we are the city street outreach team, and we respond to citizen complaints. We respond to email complaints, maybe to City Hall about someone sleeping in an alley. We collaborate with Amarillo Police Department, with the city marshals. They may go out on a complaint and they see someone who's not necessarily criminally trespassing. It could get to that point, but they call us out because they know we can help get them to an approved shelter, get them over to Transformation Park, wherever it is they want to go, we can provide that, and then we can work with them where they are to get them where they want to go. So it is a self-sufficiency program.
Right.
That's how you enter our program, is referral, or we just meet you. On Mondays, our outreach team, we spend all day, 9:30 we leave the office. We go and we pass out donated sandwiches and water to various places where we know people are camping or sleeping outside. And we use that opportunity to speak to people about their situation and what they may be needing.
Yeah.
And then as they get to know us and they feel comfortable following up on the resources that they would like to access, then we're going to take them and connect them directly to that community partner that can provide that piece of the puzzle that's going to get them to where they need to be.
Right.
So we also have a new mental health initiative. Recently, in the last few months, we have gotten a grant where we've been able to hire a mental health case manager and a mental health peer support. They kind of move between our outreach and our housed clients that we provide housing support to.
Yeah.
And they're available for us if there's a mental health crisis, if we think maybe wherever they may be sleeping, let's just say they're sleeping out in a culvert or in one of the creek beds, and they want to stay there and nobody's complaining about them. I'm going to take my mental health guy out there and I'm going to have him start to work with them on some coping skills, talk about the isolation issues, take them to get connected to whatever mental health provider they'd like to get connected to, and that peer support, they're going to go back and forth and they're going to take them to those appointments, and that's going to help them stabilize their mental health issues that may have been a big contributing factor to them becoming homeless. So that's my part of the program.
Right.
So I supervise the mental health team, the outreach, and also our housing navigators. So if we've identified somebody and we've connected them to a housing program, we also have 2 housing navigators. And let's just say we connected them and their name came up on the HUD wait list. Then our housing navigators, they're going to go out to them wherever they are, and they're going to help them get on that HUD wait list. When their name comes up, they're going to help them with that application. Then they're going to work with the HUD caseworkers to get a voucher, and our navigators, they're going to help them find a place. Because I think everybody knows, if you've ever dealt with getting on any kind of housing program, I think the hardest part for our people who are experiencing homelessness is being confident enough to go into an apartment complex and apply.
Right.
And if they don't have a work history, they don't have a rental history, our navigators are going to be working with landlords who already know that about the people we're bringing
Right.
in. Yeah. And then once we're able to do that, and they have a place and they're accepted, they get a housing inspection, then they're going to move into that HUD house. And then that is where Megan's part of the program takes over, and she is our housing support supervisor. We're going to provide case management and housing support for 2 to 5 years to work them towards being able to make it on their own now that they have a place. So I'll let her talk about her program.
Yeah.
Yeah, so once they get to me and my team, now we're gonna start really focusing for like the first 6 months. What are your basic needs right now that need to be met? Food insecurity, we need to make sure you can get connected to food pantries, SNAP benefits, whatever that looks like for you. Also, we're gonna start to connect them to a treatment center if that's what they need. If they're looking for 12-step program or an inpatient or just a little help, we're gonna connect them to that. And then also physical health needs. A lot of them do not understand their physical health needs until they're no longer living on the streets and they're in a house, and that's when it all sets in and they're like, oh, I need a doctor. So we're going to help.
Because when they're on the street, they're not concerned about their health. They're concerned about, I need a place to sleep. I need something to eat. I need to know I'm safe.
Yeah.
Once you've provided that, or we've provided that here, we see that ourselves, especially like when we have somebody that may be in the homeless community, they come in, they enter our recovery program. Well, now we're no longer using. We've got some sobriety under our belt. I've got a safe place to be. I'm fed 3 meals a day. I'm clothed now. Oh my goodness. My blood sugar's out of whack. My blood pressure's out of whack. I have all these different things, and now they're like, and they also go into panic mode. And that's where our case managers here, they step in and they're like, okay, hold on. We're going to get with RHN. We're going to get with TPC. We're going to get with Jail Wyatt, with Heal the City. And we're going to get you the help you need to help you get to the next level and stay focused on what you came here to do. I think that is so vital.
It is.
And so, because they do, they come to that place and they're like, oh my God, I'm really in bad shape. And they just didn't realize that they are in survival mode. If I can just survive one more day. But now all of a sudden, it's like for you and I, when we're out here all day long and we're working and we're facing the things we do. But then when we get home, we decompress, and then we realize, oh, I didn't realize the toll that's taken on me mentally, emotionally, physically. It's the same thing.
Yeah,
now,
absolutely.
So, and then now you have the opportunity to meet that gap. I love that.
We meet that gap, and then once, say 6 months to a year, we're starting to go by, they're starting to be stable. Their mental health is stable, their sobriety is either full abstinence or they're really working towards, just maintaining, or whatever that might look like for somebody. And then that's when it's like, okay, well, what do you want to do? Where do you see yourself in the next couple of years? Do you need education? Do you want us to connect you with Amarillo College or any continuing education programs like oh my gosh, Goodwill, all those types of things. Or are you looking for a faith-based community? Can we connect you with a church? Do you want to come? We run a development center at the Hillside Christian Church every Wednesday from 12 to 2, where we have a meal, and then we provide a class, which is art therapy, games, something to bring them together, to build community, to build a community within each other, so they know, hey, I'm not the only one that came from this and built myself to be something better. And you can't live without community. We're not meant to live without community.
No, we have to have each other.
Exactly. And once we can build that community with them, even if it's just a job and you start to make friends at your job, once we do that, that's when we're really on the path to self-sufficiency. Can you get to work on your own? Can you get to your doctor's appointments on your own? Can you get your food on your own? And once they get stabilized to that, we will pull back and only see them maybe about once or twice a month, just to check in, make sure everything's going okay. And at that point, after about 6 months of that, then we would look at graduation. Are you really ready to go out on your own? And even after graduation, it doesn't mean they lose us.
Right.
Once you're coming home forever.
Yeah.
So if you need us outside, if something happens, if you fall backwards and you need to come back, we're going to step right in and make sure that we can lift you back up and not return to homelessness.
Yeah.
That's the goal, is self-sufficiency.
Awesome. So I don't know what level of familiarity you are with what we do here. I know that I'm finding that for whatever reason, Face City was kind of an island. I don't understand that. And so I'm finding I took over as the director in January of 24, and I've been here since 20, but at that level, I've found that there's so many people that are not familiar with, they know we're a homeless shelter. Yeah, you feed, clothe, and shelter. We know that. But I'm finding that even those that are helping the homeless community have no idea other than, we know you feed some meals, we know you provide clothing, you have beds. But we do so much out of here, and my hope is that through something like this, that one, it brings a little education to the community, but then it also opens a conversation between us and other entities in the city that are helping the same people. And so we do 3 meals a day. We do overnight shelter. We do emergency shelter for men and women. We've been doing women now for a little over a year since we opened that side of our building. We added on, and then we have the 2 drug recovery programs. They're 12 months. But with that, there's the teaching of not so much what you're using. So many places are just focused on what they're using. Well, if we can get them off of that, we'll get them on this. And really, there's a root to it. Let's get to the root of that. And so let's walk you through that. There's case management, and then of course there's practical training. So many of them either have not had a job ever, or it's been a long time. So we teach them how to do a resume again and how to fill out an application. We've partnered with Goodwill with some of that stuff. And then when they get to that 8th month mark, you've completed that part of your program. So now let's put the tools to practice. I've in the almost 2 years I've been in this role, I've developed relationships with Plains Dairy, Noble Cabinets, Fuller Homes, New Life Homes, different ones that will say, hey, send me your men and women and we'll give them a job. Well, now they go to work. Now when they come back, we help them set a budget, open a checking account, a savings account, and then we begin to teach them. Just had a little girl, she hasn't had a job since she's a teenager. She's in her 30s, got a $10 an hour job, and she's telling us, I'm going to be going and getting an apartment. I said, well, hold up. Honey, at $10 an hour, you got to understand, you're going to have an apartment, utilities, food, hygiene. How are you getting to work every day? $10 an hour is not going to get that done. I want you to have a job, but I need you to understand how now you got a budget. And she looked at me and she's like, nobody's ever told me that before. I said, the reality is, I said, $10 an hour will not get you what you need in this economy. It just won't.
It won't.
And she was shocked. She just said no. And so it's teaching them that. I'm not trying to douse your fire. I just need you to know you've come out of something, and if you jump out there, you're putting yourself right back in the same situation. So it's practical teachings there. And we do it with the men, we do it with the women, and then we have the work program. We have a work program for men. We haven't developed it for women yet, but we have men that they don't have a drug addiction. They have a 40-hour or more a week job. They have a vehicle, but they have no home for whatever reason. Divorce, whatever it may be. And so they come and they stay with us. It's free of charge to them. We don't charge them rent. We don't charge them. Come and stay. But we just ask you, while you're here, save your money. Let us help you do that so that you can get to the next place. And then we have what we call the Mission Night program, which is, they're men and women that they've got some income, Social Security, retirement, whatever it may be, VA benefits. They're just not viable on their own. They can't live outside of a structured environment. So we give them room, we give them board, we give them those things. And the only thing we ask is help us in the building. Help us take care of the homeless population. Help us clean the building. Help us, because we run a small staff. We ask them to help us, and they do it. And they do it so gratefully. But my question to you would be a couple of questions. One, if I have somebody in here, for instance, they go through our program, they've graduated our program, they're in aftercare, but yet they're ready to move, but maybe they're not ready to be on their own fully in that. What do we do to get them connected with you guys? What are the qualifications? What do we need to do on our end? Because usually by the time our students graduate, we've gotten Social Security cards, we've gotten driver's license, we've gotten those things in place for them. But what's the next step with you guys?
So, as I was telling you, there aren't any qualifications for our program. If you're experiencing homelessness, whether that's you are couch surfing from friend to friend to friend, whether you are perhaps recently divorced, can't pay your bills, at risk of eviction, we have a program for that. If you are sleeping on the street, that qualifies you for our program. Anyone experiencing any type of homelessness. So my outreach team, we work in several different areas. We work in the gullies, the creek beds, the alleys. We also spend some time over at Transformation Park providing some support to their safe space people. We spend some time at the Resource Center twice a week for a couple of hours. We meet with people over there because, of course, they're accessing resources. We want to just bring them in, talk to them about other resources. Maybe they're not able to get there. Our mental health case manager, he's going to be doing some groups over at the PARC. So TPC, we meet with TPC pretty often because we collaborate on clients. Once we connect someone to TPC Homeless Services, we're going to go over and we're going to have them sign releases. We're going to staff that client. We're going to see where they're at. They might be in TPC Respite. We're going to go out to Respite and see them. How can we get you into one of the shelters? We're going to refer to Martha's Home, Patsy's Place if you're just getting out of the halfway house. So we I have to say this part out loud because this is what's really unique about our team is we have 14 people on our team. Everyone on our team was not only hired for their work experience and their education, but also their lived experience. So everyone on our team has lived experience of homelessness, mental health, drug addiction, legal involvement, many other things. But we look for people who have been there and gotten out and now are wanting to help people like us, and that includes myself, helping people like us get to where we got to. And so it makes us unique. We're going to go out on every call. So if you call and you say, I have someone who's graduating from our program in a month, we're going to come over, we're going to talk to them, we're going to get a little bit of information about them. We're going to be looking at, are you planning on getting a job? Do you have a job already? If you have a job already, great. We got a program that we can refer you to that will help you pay upfront your deposit. We'll help you with housing navigation, find a place, pay the deposit, first and last month's rent, and then you got it from there. But we also provide follow-up case management with that program. We can also connect you to whatever is available at the time. These grants that come into Amarillo to combat homelessness, they come from different sources, but within community development, we have a grant team and they manage all the grants. And so they let us know when there's money available. They'll let us know how many people we can refer to them. We'll connect them, but then we're also going to follow up with them. So same thing for your people. We see graduates. We see people that are out Salvation Army for maybe 90 days. And while they're there for 90 days, we may just be helping them get a job. Terry over at Salvation Army will say, I got this guy, he's just looking for a job, he needs an ID. I'm going to have the outreach team help him get the documents he needs to get an ID. And we're going to take him to Workforce, and he may get a job in 30 days, and 60 days later he may have enough money. He doesn't even need referral to housing programs, right? So where we see a gap right now, Just an obvious gap right now are people who are elderly, disabled, not able to do their ADLs, leaving the hospitals with nowhere to go. They can't come into the shelters because Bay City Mission and Salvation Army don't have staff that can take them to the bathroom, that can do the ADLs. So we see a huge gap there. And so what we do in outreach with these types of folks is, first of all, are you on disability? Do you have an income? Do you need to be set up with home health care? We do have some home health care, so we'll go see them in homelessness.
Yeah.
How can we get you to a place to where you could live in a place, but you're going to need some home health care to go along with that?
Right.
Very, very easy for those folks who have income and to get them into a place and to set up home health care. It's to people who have no medical insurance. They don't have medical insurance. They don't qualify for disability for whatever reason. Maybe they have an alcohol-related dementia and they're still drinking. They're not going to qualify for SSI.
Right.
What do you do with those folks? So we see a big gap there, and we hope our team can help fill that gap. And we just keep going back and keep going back, and we keep reaching out to community partners. We get help from APS, we get help from CPS with kiddos on the street, we get help from AISD. It's really, our program is all about working with all of the other service providers who provide services to our folks experiencing homelessness. Another program I wanted Megan to talk about today is our Home Art program. It's new to us. It's a big thing with us. It not only addresses homelessness, but it also addresses other members of our community who are at risk of homelessness and how we can help those folks so they don't go into homelessness. I'm going to let her talk about that too.
Okay, great.
Cool.
So the Home Art program is meant to keep people from becoming homeless, to prevent homelessness. You would have to be referred to us, but say you have some ladies, right? Maybe they have children with them. They can be referred to us through AISD, and we can help them with the upfront costs of moving into a place if they have income that they can sustain it after we provide the upfront costs. But at that time, we would still then provide 6 months to up to a year of case management, making sure they're maintaining employment, make sure they're maintaining the household, just, all the different things that come along with living on your own. So that is the program that we use to help people from either get off the street that really don't need a lot of help, they don't need a housing voucher, but within that program we can help pay for schooling costs. So we can help you take your TSI tests at Amarillo College, or even if it's a short-term course that you need to pay for to get some sort of licensing, we can help pay for that. If you need mental health counseling and you don't really have insurance, we can connect you and pay for up to so much counseling sessions. Within that grant, we can help with auto repair as long as it's tied to a goal that you're either trying to get to school or get to employment, to make sure that happens. So within that grant, we can do a whole broad spectrum of things. So you asked how could we possibly help. If you could have them referred to us to the Home Art grant through another agency, then that's the way that we could provide just that little bit of extra case management for up to 6 to 12 months.
Okay.
Yeah.
Outstanding. Well, I'm impressed with what you guys are doing, to be quite honest with you. I love the fact that, one of the common themes for me is I spent the first year here redeveloping our culture as a staff. Mm-hmm. How we work with one another, how we work with our community. And then this year it has been, how do I build relationship with other nonprofits? How do I build relationship and bridge the gap between us and you? How do we come together to be partners and not, well, this is our part of town and that's your part of town. And don't come over here. It's very gang mentality and I don't like it. And so we spent this year really trying to build relationships to be able to say, hey, we cannot possibly do everything under this roof. It's just not possible. Mm-hmm. You can't possibly do everything under one roof. And so for me, it's really been this year of trying to seek out what are the other resources in the city that if I have somebody sitting in this building and I'm like, we don't do that. Mm-hmm. So I need to get you, I can't just turn you back out in the street. but let me get you with the people that can help you. But the people that I know that it's not just a number.
Mm-hmm.
It's not just another mark on the belt. It is a human that you're going to look at with compassion, with love, with kindness, with gentleness, and say, hey, I'm going to hand them to you. And I know in full confidence, whoever it is that we've partnered with that individual, I know that when I come back here to take care of what we do here, I know they're in good hands. And so that has been really my focus this year, is repairing relationships I just don't feel like we had, or maybe had at one time, and maybe we neglected them. I don't know. I don't want to point a finger at anything, but
we also have our continuum of care.
Mhm.
Also, there is a shelter subcommittee off of the continuum of care. So there's a COC general membership, and then off of that, we have a couple of subcommittees. So we have the lived experience subcommittee, the pit count subcommittee, and the shelter subcommittee. And so I know that at one point we had all of our shelters attending that shelter subcommittee,
Yeah.
but I would encourage you to come to those, or have somebody, a representative from Bay City, to come to those, because that is where we kind of all get together. At some point right now, it's just kind of getting to know each other and what we all do. But here pretty soon, it's going to change into a different type of meeting where we can come and we can present a client that we're working with, and that we know that one of the other agencies that are here, we know you guys can do stuff for this person too.
Yeah.
And so we don't just want Bay City to be working with that client, or coming home to be working with that client. We want, I'll just give you an example. I had a lady in outreach, I'll make this quick, but I had a young lady in outreach. When I found her, someone had called from one of the Home Depot Lowe's stores and said, I have a young pregnant lady living out in a tent behind the store. And so I found her. She took her some food, tried to get her hooked up with some services. She ran from me pretty much most of the time. She was addicted, and she was pregnant, and she was scared. I chased after her. I went and looked for her. I found her lots of different places, and I opened lots of tent doors. And finally she thought, this lady cares for me, right? And so we started getting her connected to a lot of different things. Texas Tech for, care for her baby.
Yeah.
We did connect her to Martha's Home. She got into Martha's Home. Martha's Home had her there for 2 years. They helped her get into school. She graduated from Amarillo College. During all of that, she had her baby. She got a job working for the city, and right now she's getting her bachelor's degree. She's working for the city. She regained custody of an older child that she lost a long time ago through the courts, and she has a whole family, and she's working full time, and she's going to school. And if you'd have told me 3.5 years ago that's where this young lady would be, I kind of would believe it, but it took a whole bunch of us,
Yeah.
right?
Right.
It took a housing program, it took Martha's Home, it took Amarillo College, it took the outreach team, and we all worked together.
Yeah.
We didn't just hand her from one program to another program to another program.
Right.
We stuck with her the whole way.
Yeah.
That's what I envision for our community, and that's what I envision for all of the homeless services provider. It's not, we have her now and we're going to give her to you and just
Yeah.
back up.
Right.
Right. I want us to all be working and surround that person with the services they need to become self-sufficient.
Yeah.
And so that's my dream.
Right.
That's my
And
dream.
it's a beautiful thing.
Yeah.
And so it means that we have to, I guess, get outside of ourselves and say, hey,
Yes.
let's partner together.
Yes.
And so I appreciate you guys on such short notice coming
Yeah.
and helping me understand really the fullness of what you do. I hear different names, I see different shirts, and I have no idea what are they doing, And so for you guys to come and to share with our community, but also to educate me to better understand, okay, there's another resource, there's another partner, and I just feel like the more avenues there are, the better success rate there is, and I appreciate your willingness, I appreciate your transparency, and I appreciate what you do for the city, and not
We
just
appreciate you.
thank you,
Yes.
not just the city of Amarillo, but the city that our city doesn't see.
Yeah.
The people that you know, I really struggle with the term invisible neighbors, because for me, when I'm out, they're not invisible. These are, you know, I shared earlier in
They're very
the
front and center.
yeah. Well, and for me, I was sharing with some earlier during this. I said, when I see somebody on the street and they're struggling, man, that's somebody's baby. They coddled them, they rocked them, they bathed them, they nurtured them at one time in their lives. Somebody did. And somewhere along the way, they lost their way.
Yeah.
And so for me, I'm like, they're not invisible. And every one of them have a story. Every one of them have a value. And I just think we get so tied up in the bureaucracy of what we're doing. Well, I got to do this. And I think we lose sight of the humanity of why we do what we do. And so my hope is in my tenure here, however long the Lord has me doing this, that we can fix some things and better improve some things, some resources. And I think it happens with partnership. I really do. And so I thank you guys for coming. Thank you for being just front and center, boots on the ground, doing the dirty work, doing the work that a lot of people won't do. Going out to, you know, before I was here, I used to go out and jump with Kit Billups. And going to the encampments, going to a tent behind Home Depot and walking up. You don't know what's going to happen, how they're going to respond. Yeah, you're bringing them a sack lunch, but you don't know what the day's been.
Right.
And to say you were consistent enough to see the value in a young woman and her child to stay committed. Man, I'm committed. I will chase you. And look at where she's at now. And I have a firm belief one person can change the life of one person. It's one person saying, I see you, let me help you. And you pursued her to where she could trust you. And look at her now. Look at her now.
I can't believe they pay me to do this.
Right, exactly. Well, that's what I tell people all the time.
I've been doing this for a while now, and I still wake up some days and think, I can't believe I get paid to do this.
Yep.
I love it. It's
I'm the
just
same.
helping people all
Yeah.
day. We love our job.
I worked for the city of Amarillo in the Parks Department. I worked for the city of Canyon years ago, and then I was in the car business 15 years.
Yeah.
And now I'm doing this. I tell people all the time, I would not trade what I do today for anything. I cannot weigh in what I do in dollars and cents. Yeah. You know, the paychecks in the car business were great, but at the end of the day, I felt like, yeah, I got your car back on the road for you. Yeah. I got you to the soccer game, but really, what did I do to benefit you? What did I do to help? And this, every day I leave, there's an interaction with somebody.
Sure.
And I leave with the sense of, I'm making a difference. Yeah. I'm making a difference at the end of the day. My life has value now. And so I wouldn't trade this to do anything else, to be honest with you. Yeah. And so I thank you guys. Yeah. Thank you so much. I honor you and all that you're doing. I bless you. I'm praying for you guys. If we can be of any assistance to you, you don't hesitate to call us. And we want to get off of this island we've been on, and I want to breathe some different air with some different people. And I just thank you guys so much for coming, sharing what you do, and man, I just look forward to what's going to come down the road.
Me too.
Thank you guys so much.
All right, thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you again. What we do in life echoes in eternity. For more than 70 years now, Faith City Mission has stood as a place of hope and renewal, dedicated to serving those in need by providing food, clothing, shelter, and the love of Christ. From our humble beginnings until today, we continue to faithfully steward the resources entrusted to us, making a meaningful impact in our community and beyond for His glory. It all started in 1951 with Dick and B. Hogan. At the core, the mission has never changed. Today, more than 50 men and women are thriving through our discipleship programs. 24-year-old Nicoya is 6 months in, and the most important part of her life is her relationship with Christ.
I'm in the Esther's House program, and there's 3 phases of it. There's foundations, rebuilders, and transition.
Nicoya and other women in the program lead a structured life, and it's all part of the plan.
And that's top priority here, to make you feel safe, protected, and full so that you can be in the sound mind so that you can get that third part, the Christ. If you're worried about your basic necessities not being met, then it's harder for you to really focus on Christ, which really matters.
As part of her discipleship, Nicoya, like the other students at Faith City Mission, spends several hours each week completing chores.
So we go out to Mission Ranch and we clean on Mondays. And at first I was like, I don't want to do that. But the more that I do it, it feels amazing to give back the way that I do it. I'm doing it unto Christ, not unto myself.
And her smile is a reflection of the light that's filled her life, far from the darkness that once enveloped her.
I tried to find comfort in alcohol, and it's a false comfort. I became an alcoholic, and I ran my life into the ground. I couldn't do it on my own anymore, so I came here.
And it's here where in 2024, more than 73,000 meals were served. 2,400 pieces of clothing were dispersed. And it's here where we offered more than 7,000 warm showers and safe nights to all those men, women, and children that stayed at the shelter. But our mission goes beyond meeting physical needs. It's about life-changing spiritual transformation. Last year, over 120 individuals like Rodney committed their lives to Christ.
I'm not gonna say from the moment I got there, but early on, my heart just started changing. And I think they took me to church. The Lord did the rest.
Today, Rodney works at Noble Cabinets, using his hands to create something he never once imagined possible. The California native is far removed from his previous life.
I'd never worked in my life. I joined the gang at 11 years old. I pretty much ran with the gang and sold drugs my whole adult life. Never even thought I wanted a job. Pretty much misinformed about society. Accountability was foreign to me.
Rodney is the perfect example of how God changes lives and the power of redemption.
At 16 years old, I was certified as an adult. And I was sentenced to 40 years in TDC. I ended up spending 23 years. I got out of prison at 39. I did what I always did. I immediately started selling drugs. I went back to prison. When I got out of there, they actually drove me to downtown Amarillo and just dropped me off at the bus stop. I had about $1,500 in my pocket, and I just assumed that I would, sell drugs and get in touch with old friends again.
That pattern changed when a friend led Rodney to Faith City Mission, and the rest is history.
I'm not gonna say that it was easy, but it was fulfilling, and the people around there, they just refused to let me give up and fail. So every time I would think about leaving, someone would just pour into me. So I stuck it out, and within months, I knew my life was changed. It's crazy because you spend your whole life believing one thing. I just realized that all the things I thought I knew were false. I think the biggest revelation was knowing that it wasn't about just dying and going to heaven. It was about right now.
That long-term transformation through discipleship Rodney's talking about takes a year through our program called Hope for Men.
All those things that carried me through that year, I try to do today, and it works.
And so the mission of our founding fathers continues. As it says in Matthew 25:40, whatever you did for one of the least of these brothers and sisters of mine, you did for me. Through our Lord's blessing, we have expanded our territory several times throughout the years, from a one-room building in the beautiful Mission Ranch. We know He hasn't done growing us because there are many others still needing our help. Every life we touch creates a ripple effect, impacting not just the individual, but the generations to come.
It is worth it to come here. Whatever you're holding on to, let it die, because you will find new life when you come here. You will blossom. I'm telling you, the end result is amazing, and I'm only halfway done.
This time next year, Nicoya hopes to begin a new chapter in her life by attending college, and you better believe she'll be smiling. In a world of such uncertainty, we know that the path before us is lit by compassion, guided by faith, and strengthened by every hand willing to help.
My joy in life is my family, my wife, my dog, my church. I go by the mission a lot now, like at least 2 or 3 days a week. I had told myself and I told them when I graduated the program that my gratitude and my thank you would be my walk in life. Just to be present, just so the guys that's coming through there can see what the end game looks like. I guess that's it. Oh, my bad. Dallas Cowboys.
When we lift others, we rise together. Every act of generosity becomes a seed of transformation. Join us in shaping a legacy of hope, where love in action echoes through generations.
I'm Gary, I'm 64. During my lifetime, I've been to prison 5 times. Charges were burglary, habitation, forgery, auto theft, drug possession. But I've done a total of about 14 years behind bars over it. Faith City Mission has changed my life. It's given my life back is what it's done. I have to give all the credit to Faith City Mission and the Lord. I'm a child of God. I was lost at one time. I've been found. You can be found too.
What we do in life echoes in eternity. For more than 70 years now, Faith City Mission has stood as a place of hope and renewal, dedicated to serving those in need by providing food, clothing, shelter, and the love of Christ. From our humble beginnings until today, we continue to faithfully steward the resources entrusted to us, making a meaningful impact in our community and beyond for His glory. It all started in 1951 with Dick and Bea Hogan. At the core, the mission has never changed. Today, more than 50 men and women are thriving through our discipleship programs. 24-year-old Nicoya is 6 months in, and the most important part of her life is her relationship with Christ.
I'm in the Esther's House program, and there's 3 phases of it. There's foundations, rebuilders, and transition.
Nicoya and other women in the program lead a structured life, and it's all part of the plan.
And that's top priority here, to make you feel safe, protected, and full so that you can be in the sound mind so that you can get that third part, the Christ. If you're worried about your basic necessities not being met, then it's harder for you to really focus on Christ, which really matters.
As part of her discipleship, Nicoya, like the other students at Faith City Mission, spends several hours each week completing chores.
So we go out to Mission Ranch and we clean on Mondays. And at first I was like, I don't want to do that. But the more that I do it, it feels amazing to give back the way that I do it. I'm doing it unto Christ, not unto myself.
And her smile is a reflection of the light that's filled her life, far from the darkness that once enveloped her.
I tried to find comfort in alcohol, and it's a false comfort. I became an alcoholic, and I ran my life into the ground. I couldn't do it on my own anymore, so I came here.
And it's here where in 2024, more than 73,000 meals were served. 2,400 pieces of clothing were dispersed. And it's here where we offered more than 7,000 warm showers and safe nights to all those men, women, and children that stayed at the shelter. But our mission goes beyond meeting physical needs. It's about life-changing spiritual transformation. Last year, over 120 individuals like Rodney committed their lives to Christ.
I'm not gonna say from the moment I got there, but early on, my heart just started changing. And I think they took me to church. The Lord did the rest.
Today, Rodney works at Noble Cabinets, using his hands to create something he never once imagined possible. The California native is far removed from his previous life.
I never worked in my life. I joined the gang at 11 years old. I pretty much ran with the gang and sold drugs my whole adult life. Never even thought I wanted a job. Pretty much misinformed about society. Accountability was foreign to me.
Rodney is the perfect example of how God changes lives and the power of redemption.
At 16 years old, I was certified as an adult, and I was sentenced to 40 years in TDC. I ended up spending 23 years. I got out of prison at 39. I did what I always did. I immediately started selling drugs. I went back to prison. When I got out of there, they actually drove me to downtown Amarillo and just dropped me off at the bus stop. I had about $1,500 in my pocket, and I just assumed that I would, sell drugs and get in touch with old friends again.
That pattern changed when a friend led Rodney to Faith City Mission, and the rest is history.
I'm not gonna say that it was easy, but it was fulfilling, and the people around there, they just refused to let me give up and fail. So every time I would think about leaving, someone would just pour into me. So I stuck it out, and within months, I knew my life was changed. It's crazy because you spend your whole life believing one thing. I just realized that all the things I thought I knew were false. I think the biggest revelation was knowing that it wasn't about just dying and going to heaven. It was about right now.
That long-term transformation through discipleship Rodney's talking about takes a year through our program called Hope for Men.
All those things that carried me through that year, I try to do today, and it works.
And so the mission of our founding fathers continues. As it says in Matthew 25:40, whatever you did for one of the least of these brothers and sisters of mine, you did for me. Through our Lord's blessing, we have expanded our territory several times throughout the years. From a one-room building in the beautiful Mission Ranch. We know He isn't done growing us because there are many others still needing our help. Every life we touch creates a ripple effect, impacting not just the individual, but the generations to come.
It is worth it to come here. Whatever you're holding on to, let it die, because you will find new life when you come here. You will blossom. I'm telling you, the end result is amazing, and I'm only halfway done.
This time next year, Nicoya hopes to begin a new chapter in her life by attending college, and you better believe she'll be smiling. In a world of such uncertainty, we know that the path before us is lit by compassion, guided by faith, and strengthened by every hand willing to help.
My joy in life is my family, my wife, my dog, my church. I go by the mission a lot now, at least 2 or 3 days a week. I had told myself and I told them when I graduated the program that my gratitude and my thank you would be my walk in life. Just to be present, just so the guys that's coming through there can see what the end game looks like. I guess that's it. Oh, my bad. Dallas Cowboys.
When we lift others, we rise together. Every act of generosity becomes a seed of transformation. Join us in shaping a legacy of hope, where love in action echoes through generations.
and Shannon, I was telling
like
him, I
turning
was like,
my
I
neck.
don't think full black was the way to go today because we got the pumpkin patch this afternoon.
Oh, do y'all?
Oh, really? Yeah. So I was like, I don't know, full black was the way.
What time is y'all's pumpkin patch?
At Faith City Mission, we believe in bringing hope, healing, and transformation to all those in need. My name is Heidi. I'm the Director of Development. Women are welcome to shop with us on Tuesdays at 1:30, and men's shopping is on Thursdays at 1:30. Our clothing is made available to anyone who is in need, from the homeless guests to those needing help dressing for a job interview. We want to help everyone. If your kids have outgrown their school clothes and you need help finding pieces that fit them, we want to help. If you're new to town without a support system, we want to support you. For anyone facing urgent needs, emergency clothing is also available on a case-by-case basis. We appreciate donations of gently used clothing and shoes. Our goal is for our guests to feel hope and confidence towards their next step of success. We receive donations like this every week, and we are always so grateful. Our team here will sort through these clothes, and the gently used in-season clothes will go on our rack. And then out-of-season, gently used clothes will be distributed around the world for all those in need. What we need in Amarillo right now is clothes to prepare people for the winter months. So we're talking hats, gloves, scarves, jackets, boots, things that are going to keep them warm as the cold weather approaches. We want to thank you for giving to Faith City Mission, and thank you for impacting our city in such a powerful way.
I'm Gary, I'm 64. During my lifetime, I've been to prison 5 times. Charges were burglary, habitation, forgery, auto theft, drug possession. But I've done a total of about 14 years behind bars over it. Faith City Mission has changed my life. It's given my life back is what it's done. I have to give all the credit to Faith City Mission and the Lord. I'm a child of God. I was lost at one time. I've been found. You can be found too.
At Faith City Mission, we believe in bringing hope, healing, and transformation to all those in need. My name is Heidi. I'm the Director of Development. Women are welcome to shop with us on Tuesdays at 1:30, and men's shopping is on Thursdays at 1:30. Our clothing is made available to anyone who is in need, from the homeless guests to those needing help dressing for a job interview. We want to help everyone. If your kids have outgrown their school clothes and you need help finding pieces that fit them, we want to help. If you're new to town without a support system, we want to support you. For anyone facing urgent needs, emergency clothing is also available on a case-by-case basis. We appreciate donations of gently used clothing and shoes. Our goal is for our guests to feel hope and confidence towards their next step of success. We receive donations like this every week, and we are always so grateful. Our team here will sort through these clothes, and the gently used in-season clothes will go on our rack. And then out-of-season, gently used clothes will be distributed around the world for all those in need. What we need in Amarillo right now is clothes to prepare people for the winter months. So we're talking hats, gloves, scarves.
Hey, we're back. We're in the final hour of our 24-hour live feed, National Homeless Recognition Day, our Awareness Day, and so we're in our final hour. We got just a handful more of interviews that we're going to do, and right now I've got Roxanne with me. She's part of our Hope for our Esther's House Women's Program, and you know, we're bringing some awareness to homelessness, but also, it's a great opportunity to talk about some of the things that you've learned while you've been here. And so I just want to kind of lob some questions at you. We'll start with this. What has been your experience with homelessness?
Well, I've, for the last 5 years of my life, I've not had a steady home. I had a camper that I lived in for a while, and then I literally lived in a makeshift hut behind a restaurant off of 3rd, not too far from here. And then I was lucky enough to get a van, and I lived in the van for the last 2 years. And it's a very hard way of life, being homeless.
Share that experience with us. Just the everyday. What is the routine for you when you're living in a hut behind a restaurant, or you're living in your van? You know, it's a little different than when you're living in a home, and you've got the comforts of a home: running water, a bed, a closet with clothes in it, food in a refrigerator. That type of living requires a little bit different kind of preparation. Why don't you share that with us, what that looked like, just an average day of living as a single woman in an unhoused position?
Well, luckily, I'm from the backwoods of Alabama, and I come from a good family. I had 2 grandmothers that lived close to me. They had nice homes. A great-grandmother that had a nice home, and then, of course, my father and my mother and my sister, and we had a home. But I chose to live at the river most of my life, you know, so by the fires at night, I made the most out of it. And having fun growing up, that's what we did. But then whenever my husband and I separated, he left me after 30 years, I kind of became forced to do it, to be homeless. But I had the skill to do it. I knew how to stay warm. I knew how to start a fire. I knew how to cook on the open fire. And luckily, we live in America, and there's a lot of places that offer food. You don't always get the kind of food that you want, but I never went hungry being homeless. The biggest part about it was keeping a friend that would allow you to come in and take a shower. I like taking a shower every day, and there was many times that I didn't get to take a shower, but maybe twice a week. But I would always work, especially when I had my van. So I would always keep baby wipes and things like that. But I'm telling you, especially in the wintertime, I would be scared a lot at night, and I would set up in the driver's seat and just sleep setting up with the vehicle running all night to keep me warm. It was not fun.
Yeah.
But that's not why I came to Faith City Mission.
Right. So that leads me to my next question. How did you find out about Faith City Mission?
Well, 3 years ago, I lost my son, and I turned to dope really hard after that. And I ended up going to get locked up in Randall County Jail. And for 72 days. And I sobered up for the first time knowing that my son was dead and wasn't coming back to me. And I would cry out to Jesus to ease the pain inside my soul. And he did, inside that jail cell. So I wrote Randall County Judicial System, and I told them, I said, look, I want a recovery program after I leave the jail. I was a first-time offender, and I knew that I would be spit back out on the street pretty soon.
Yeah.
And I ended up in Patsy's place for 30 days.
Yeah.
And one of the directors there said, Roxanne, she said, I believe that this program is a little too fast-paced for you. We need an age limit on our program. And she said, I'm going to try to get you in another program. And it kind of broke my heart because when I wrote that judge a letter, I was serious about changing my life and getting some help. And then, but Patsy's place is not the place. This was where I needed to be.
Right.
And I was court ordered to a program at my request. But when I come into this program, I did not realize until after I got here that comfort inside of my chest was the Holy Spirit, the same Spirit that raised Jesus from the dead.
Yeah.
The minute that one of y'all told me that, I can't pinpoint which one it was. It was probably Miss D, but I surrendered my life in the hall back there. I said, Jesus, this is it. You can have me. I'll never turn from you again as long as I live on the face of this earth. And I come in here. I like to call myself a soup sandwich. You know, you pour a can of soup on your sandwich and you pick it up and it won't work out for you. That's what I was when I walked through that door. And I am a reborn, again, Christian child of God that will have eternal life right now, sir, because of this program right here.
There you go.
And, through Jesus Christ, of course.
Yes, absolutely.
But you people, you Texans, you put it inside this program, you lay it out so simple. I was brought up in a Methodist and Baptist church in the backwoods of Alabama. And that hillbilly preacher, all he ever talked about was fire and brimstone, fire and brimstone.
Right.
And then when I was 18 years old, I couldn't tell my people that I was pregnant. And so I had to have an abortion. And then at 19, I got pregnant again and I had another one. And my entire life, Satan had me thinking, because I killed my children, that I was going to hell for it. And that backwood hillbilly preacher, he never told me about Paul.
Right, yeah. I want to skim over that, don't we?
He never let me know that no matter what I'd done, Jesus doesn't care.
Yeah.
He doesn't lose sleep over it.
Yeah.
He just wants me to have faith in him and come to him 100%. And y'all let me know that, and I'm so grateful. Thank you so much.
That's awesome.
It's amazing.
So how long have you been here now?
I've been here about going into my 5th month.
5th month. So in 5 months, you've come here. You've been homeless.
Yep.
And we are by definition a homeless shelter.
Yes, sir.
And so now you've been here 5 months. You guys are the the main caretakers of our buildings out at the ranch,
Yes.
cleaning them and making sure they're ready for usage. But then you guys come here, you take care of this overnight women's shelter.
Yes, sir.
Make sure those beds are made. You make sure the rooms are clean. You make sure the bathrooms are clean. You make sure they're stocked with toilet paper and all the supplies that a woman will need. Coming from homelessness yourself, what does that mean for you personally to be able to be in that overnight dorm, knowing that you are preparing a safe, clean environment for a woman or a woman with their children that may have been in the very same situation you were in?
Okay, I'm gonna be honest with you. I've never liked to get up at 5 o'clock in the morning a day in my life.
Amen.
Okay, it's
Me,
not.
that's why I get up at 4:30.
Oh, maybe I should start doing that. And then in the beginning, I would go back there, and my job would be to clean the sinks and the toilets, and I put the blue stuff in there and do the thing on the toilet and just wipe through the sinks. And it took about the first month, and maybe one of the girls that's been here a long time, Shoshana, she come. I see her hair, Roxanne, and then it dawned on me how much the cleanliness of that back dorm meant to your wife. And I love her. I love her so much. I mean, she's in my heart forever. And now I spit shine it, literally. I make sure that when I walk away from that sink, you can see yourself in the chrome part of it.
Yeah.
It means a lot to me. At first I didn't put my heart and soul into doing it, but now I put everything I got into my job back there.
Yeah.
Because I love her and I know how much it means to her. Yeah. It didn't really dawn on me to what I was doing with the homeless people to just now.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah. So, and the reason it's so important is when those women come in and they've been out there in the street and they have been in survival mode all day long, and then they come in here, they get a meal, and they go back there. We want that individual to know when they walk in, they see those beds with those perfect corners. They see those pillows that are bright white and clean. They see those showers and those sinks and those toilets are sparkling. It lets them know you care enough about me to make sure it's perfect for me.
I'll do even a better job from now on.
Yeah, because what it is really what we're doing is we're showing people
that you care.
We care, but also we're representing the Father. And the Father does things with excellence.
Perfect.
He does everything, and He gives good things. And so we want our guests, every one of them, that come in here, whether they're coming for a meal, they're coming for overnight, they're coming to a program, we want you to know, hey, the Father provides good things to you. And He does it with such an eye for detail and excellence that when you walk in, you know that He put some thought in the preparation for you. And we just want to know, hey, we put thought into preparation for you.
Yes, sir.
When you came in here, everything from stripping the beds and washing the laundry, even over here with the men. The fact of the matter, it makes Michael's job a whole lot easier, but the way we fold the clothes for him to wear at night.
How white they are, the sheets. They're solid white.
Yeah, the way that we wash and fold the
washcloth
sheets,
and the towels.
The towels, the blankets. And it is ready for Michael to do what he needs to do. And then it lets our homeless guys know, hey, they put some thought into this.
Right, exactly.
And when we give it to them, they can say, man, and I know some don't appreciate it, and that's okay. But at the end of the day, we're still going to do it because it's the right thing to do. And so when you're doing that, you're giving back to somebody that if that dorm didn't exist, they're living in a hut.
Right.
They're living in a van. They're living in a tent. Yeah. Or worse off, they're sleeping behind a dumpster.
That's right.
And they're sleeping. There's a difference, Roxanne, between sleeping and rest.
Yes, sir.
You sleep behind a dumpster with one eye open.
That's right.
To protect yourself. When you can come in here and you know that door is locked for your safety, not to keep you in, but to keep harm out, and you're sleeping on clean sheets and a clean pillow and clean clothes.
I feel so safe here.
Yeah, man, you can rest.
Right.
You can get a good night's sleep and you can rest. Your belly's full.
Yes.
And you know in the morning, I'm going to wake up refreshed. I'm going to put my clothes on. They're going to feed me again.
That's right.
And then what it does is that individual's mind, we talk all the time, but man, they're just stuck. Well, they're not stuck physically, they're stuck mentally.
Right.
And when you give them an opportunity like that, it allows their mind to rest so that they can start processing the next steps.
Yes, sir.
Because the reality of it is none of us in elementary school, when you're in second, third, fourth grade, and they say, Roxanne, what do you want to be when you grow up? You didn't raise your hand and say, I want to be a drug addict that's living in a shack.
Nope.
What you said was, I want to be a nurse, I want to be a doctor, I want to be a cowboy, I want to be a firefighter. Nobody ever woke up and said, you know what I want to be? I want to be a homeless drug addict.
That's right.
That was never anybody's ambition, but because life happens and things happen to everybody, and we're all one or two drastic events in life of being in those situations.
I could not have renewed my mind out there on the street,
No,
sir.
absolutely not.
Now in this program, I'm able to renew
Mm-hmm.
my mind and it process my thoughts and kick the evil ones out. And I've never been able to do that before a day in my
Right.
life. I didn't even know to do it.
Right. So now you've been equipped with some things. You've given a place to do that. And so with that, you give back to those that are coming behind you.
And gladly.
Because those women may not be coming in the program today. They may not ever come in our program, but they might go to Martha's house. They might go to Downtown Women's Center.
Or Patsy's.
They might go to Patsy's place. They might go somewhere else. We don't know. But we're giving them, for the moment that they need us, we're giving them the safe place to lay their head, wash their body, feed their stomach, feed their soul for a minute and say,
That's why this program is so good. Patsy's Place don't offer that.
well,
They don't offer to help the homeless like the Bible says to do.
well, and everybody has their role. We do what we do, and we do it to the utmost excellence that we can do it. They do what they're
There's
called to
something
do.
special about this program,
Well,
Mr. Robert.
there may be.
It
And
really, really is.
So
It's a different one.
yeah, so I'm gonna wrap up because we got some other folks.
Okay.
So let me ask you this. In a nutshell, why for you is Faith City Mission important?
For me, because I didn't know I had eternal life with Jesus Christ until I come here. I really didn't know that. I didn't know where I was going, Pastor Robert.
Right.
I did not know
Yeah.
for sure. And I know that now.
And now you know that there's a Savior that loves you with an everlasting and eternal love. You know that salvation and eternity is not based on your good works. It's based on His works. It's based on your faith. Faith in Christ.
That's right.
And that's it.
That's
He just says, come to me, all of you that are heavy laden,
Amen.
and I'll make your burden light.
That's right.
When you realize that, and you realize that you don't have to perform for acceptance in the Father, the word is very simple.
Yes, it is.
In order for a man to be saved, he must believe in his heart that Christ died and was resurrected, and profess Jesus as Lord, owner of your life. Once you've done this, you are saved. You are saved from the pit of hell. Everything else comes in the refining and the process of growth.
That's right.
And so when you understand that, you understand that you are loved with an eternal and everlasting love. And that, one of my favorite passages in Scripture is that it says that Jesus, because of the hope placed before him, what was that hope? It was you and I. It was the hope of eternal relationship with us. It says he embraced the cross. That's what it says. For the hope.
He didn't die for nothing.
Yeah. He embraced the cross. He said, I know there is hope on the other side of this for Roxanne.
Yes.
For Pastor Robert. And then it comes around and it says, the Father, it pleased him to crush Jesus. Why did it please him?
Because it saved me.
Exactly. Exactly. Because you're the treasure. And the Lord, in his love, set the pathway for eternal life. That's what you've learned here.
Yes.
You've learned so much more than sobriety. You've learned so much more than housing. You've learned so much more. You have learned that
everything.
You have an eternal relationship with the Creator of the universe.
72 days before I come here, I said, Jesus, could you send me a man that can give me everything money cannot buy?
Come on.
I promise you I did.
Yeah.
And he locked me up right up in here with him.
So what did, let me close this. We'll finish this out with this. What did Jesus tell the woman at the well? He tells her, she comes to her, this woman, he says, where's your husband? I don't have a husband. She goes, he goes, you're exactly right. You've had 5 and the man you're with now is not your husband. And then they start talking about well water. And he takes it from, will you give me some water? I'm thirsty. And he turns it into a practical teaching of,
you drink from me.
if you drink of the water that I offer you, you'll never thirst again. And she said, you're telling me the water that you have is better than the water of the wells that Jacob dug for us? I don't think so. And then she realized it was the one that was offering it.
Right.
And then he said, you'll never thirst again. I'll give you everything you'll need. You'll never want.
Right.
And then she has the realization that this is the Messiah. This is the one that has been spoken about. And then he commissions her to go and tell the people what you know. And she goes to the group of people, to the men and to the women, and she says, come and see a man that knew about me.
Everything about me.
Knew it. And it started with your prayer. Lord, send me a man that can give me everything that money can't buy. And he said to you, Roxanne, drink of the water that I give you, and you will never thirst again. I'll
Never.
give you everything,
Including
that money,
eternal life.
Yeah, I'll give you everything money can't buy.
And that's what I
And
asked you
you've
for.
learned that since you've been here.
Yes, sir.
5 months. Sometimes it takes people 5 lifetimes to learn that, and you learned it in 5 months. And so I honor you. I
Thank
bless
you.
you today. I thank you for you coming out and sitting with me. I'm thankful that you're here. You're a blessing to this mission. You're a blessing to
Thank
the people
you.
that you're around. And I just bless the rest of your day, the rest of your weekend, that not only will you be a blessing, but everybody that comes across your path will be a blessing to you.
Yes, sir, they will.
Yep.
Thank you.
Yes,
God
ma'am.
bless you.
Bless
Thank you
you.
so much.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank y'all.
All
Can
right.
I
Yep,
take-
that's
okay.
it.
Thank you, sir.
Hey, I'm here with Shalina. She is another member of our Esther's House program. Her and her young cherub Alex. He is the cutest little dude you will ever see. Blonde hair, chubby cheeks, full of life, and we are thankful for her to be here with her son. She is another one of our mothers that we talked earlier with Jill. We talked about our children's program and how important that is. Deanna came out and shared, and her son is a participant of that while she is here revamping her life. And so, Shalina, I thank you for coming out, being a part of this. Kind of share with us a little bit. I know you were actually at another program prior to coming here.
I was. That's actually how I learned about Faith City Mission.
Yeah.
I was at Downtown Women's Center for about 3 months, and it wasn't really working out. And Stephanie was not going to. She's like, I'm not putting you out. She goes, that's not who I am. That's not who we are. And so she contacted Ms. D. Ms. D sent her the application. I filled it out at DWC. The next day came and talked to Ms. D, did a walkthrough. And that night, which was New Year's Eve at 5:30 p.m., I got here to Faith City Mission.
Yeah. So if you wonder why partnership between nonprofits and these entities are important, our relationship with Downtown Women's Center especially, and with Miss Stephanie Davis, it is paramount to what we do and what they do, because we've had ladies that have come into this program here. We were not a fit for them. And so, and the same for us. We're not just going to put a lady out. So we're going to find another avenue. They have been gracious to let us bring women over there that have thrived. Shalina was not thriving, and they were not thriving with her. And they both needed some relief. And so Stephanie called, and we agreed to bring her in. And she's been here now for how long?
This is my 10th month.
10 months. And so share with us just a little bit, your experience with homelessness, and then let's talk about your time here at Faith City.
Okay. So I started out, I've kind of bounced around ever since I graduated high school. I thought I was big girl and grown, and so 2 days before I turned 19, I moved out of my mom's house into with a friend, and ever since then it's been bouncing around. Every 3 months, I've gotten a couple places myself. Other than that, but once 2014, beginning of 2014 hit, I got into methamphetamines, and that's whenever my homelessness really bottomed out. And I have slept in my car, I've slept behind dumpsters, I have slept on friends' couches, on floors, on just it really wasn't even sleeping. I would pass out, just fall out wherever I was. And then, I've been in some very dangerous situations in that area. And then me being homeless actually kept my drug addiction going, because I would want to try and stay up to keep me safe, to keep my stuff safe, to know what was going on around me, because if I just fell asleep, anything could have happened.
Yeah. And so you've come into Faith City. You've been here 10 months. You entered into our 1 year long recovery program, discipleship program. Tell us in a nutshell, what has that meant for you? Let's talk about that first, and then my follow-up question will be, with you being in the program, what has it meant for you to be able to focus on your program, focus on your counseling, focus on your give back, focus on homework and Genesis and all those things, knowing that Alex is in a safe environment with kids ministry? So what is it meant for you to be able to be in Faith City in the program here?
It is meant to me. I came in, I did not have a relationship with Jesus Christ. I now do. I have now been saved. I've been baptized. I have found my identity now, whereas before I had no idea who I was, what I was doing. I was just aimless. So it has meant the world to me to find myself and know that who I am in Christ.
Yeah.
And for Alex, knowing that my 15-month-old little boy is safe is the world to me. He is the youngest of 3 of children of mine, and he is the only one that I have. And so while I've been here, my CPS case is closed out, and I still have my little boy. He has thrived here more than what I could have ever hoped for, dreamed for him, known of. I now have him, and he is the oldest that I've ever been able to have any of my children, and I plan to keep on.
Yeah. So knowing that, because the program is pretty intense.
Yes, it is.
We purposely designed these programs, one, to do the deep dive into why you're doing what you're doing. Let's get to the root of it. Let's deal with the traumas. But also, I know a lot of the times the students are like, we need some downtime. There's too many meetings and too many this and too many that. But we've learned with some of you current ladies and some of the current men, that too much downtime is not good, because you've not learned how to navigate idle.
Right.
And so we tend to keep you a little bit more busy, projects, give back hours, homework. You do our allotted some downtime, Bible studies, different things, trips to the coffee shop with Lorene or whoever. but there's an intentionality behind everything that we do.
Yes, there is, and it took me a while to understand that
I do know that. I do know that. You have pushed back quite a bit, which has meant, as Ms. D will always remind you guys, correction with love. I correct you because I love you, and I know that she uses this scripture quite frequently because I recognize when she used it Wednesday at Bible study, you ladies that were there, when she said, "The Son whom the Father loves, He corrects." I noticed very quickly, you've heard that before. You've heard it maybe in a different avenue. I love you, so therefore I correct you. And it's the fact of the matter that we're not going to allow you to stay how we found you.
Yeah.
And that's a biblical concept. When the Lord shows up, He finds us, but He doesn't leave us the way He found us.
No, and I am definitely not the same person
Right.
I was.
You're not, and you're still growing. There's still things we're working on, but the reality of it is you now have a safe place where you don't have to worry about rent, utilities. You don't have to worry about a car payment. You don't have to worry about how do I get my son to a doctor's appointment? How do I line up care for him while I'm trying to figure some things out?
How do I take care of him whenever I've never taken care of myself or another child?
Exactly. So now you have all of these opportunities literally placed in your lap. You have mothers who have raised children to come alongside of you and say, we don't do that. We do this. Teaching us, because the reality of it is, even for a mother, not everybody that has birthed a child is nurturing by nature.
Right.
Some people have to be taught that. Some people have to be exhibited that. And a lot of times we're not nurturing by nature because it's never been shown to us. And so you've been surrounded by women who are nurturing by nature. And they show you that. Hey, hold on, this is how we do that. This is what He needs from you. And you're learning that. And what it is so that when the day comes that you go out on your own and you spread your little eagle wings, you have the tools in your belt to be sober, successful, productive, but also to be a loving, gentle, corrective, nurturing mother.
Yes.
And you're getting all of that here. So why, for you, why is this program, why is this place important to you?
It saved my life. It saved my soul. It gave me the tools to live. It gave me the tools to be able to live and to be able to live freely with Christ and with no fear.
Yeah. It's very good. So to live again, that's the difference between surviving and thriving.
Yes.
You know, a lot of the times we come in, we're barely in survival mode. And then now you have a new lease on life and you thrive in that. You thrive in the environment of, you know, the incubator of love and compassion and correction and nurturing and lessons. And even though some of the lessons, for every action, there's an equal or greater reaction.
Yes, there was.
And so there have been some times where there's had to been some disciplinary consequences.
Yes, there was.
But it's for your good.
Yes.
And it's for your protection. I always used to remind the men when I was the men's manager, and I'd have to put a guy on a contract. I'd have to, take a guy that was at this level, put him back into a blackout situation, and they would get so angry with me. And I would go back to, the creation story, and I would talk about how when sin entered into the garden, we always tell the story of how because sin entered into the garden, that God drove Adam and Eve out of the garden. Well, we miss it because the first thing that He did, it was a foretelling and a foreshadowing of what He would do through Christ, which was in order for there to be an atonement for sin, there had to be a blood spilling. So the very first thing that God does is now that sin is entered in, He kills an animal and He covers their bodies with the skin of that animal. It's twofold. I cover you physically, but by that blood that's spilled, I cover you spiritually. So you can still stay in relationship, but it's a little bit different relationship now.
Right.
And then the other thing is, we forget the fact that, yes, He drove them out, but He said, He turns back to Himself, Father, Son, and the Holy Ghost, and He says, let us remove them so that they don't eat from the tree of eternal life and live in this state. What state is that? Sinful, fallen, subject to disease, subject to these things. I don't want them to live eternally like that.
Right.
It was God's divine protection. So I'd always tell the men that, and I'd say, what I'm doing is not to hurt you. What I'm doing is I'm protecting you. If I see you here and you're making some of the same mistakes that are going to be detrimental to you here, my responsibility to you as your oversight, as your protector, as your covering, is to say, I got to pull you back for your protection.
Yeah.
There's something you missed from blackout to there, so let's go back to blackout for a minute. Let's restart the process. And then comes, here's an essay on your why you did what you did. Here's some extra give back. Here's some, here's a community opportunity.
I definitely had quite a few essays.
Yes, and why is that? It's not because we need another page with 500 words written on it. It's so that whatever the subject matter gets from here to here.
Yes, that way it can be etched into my heart.
Exactly, so that you do not make the same decisions
over and over.
That got you
and
here.
Over. Yes.
And so, why do you appreciate? I'm gonna ask you this last question, then I'm gonna jump to the next interview. Why do you appreciate Faith City?
I mean, like I said, it gave me my life back. I was clean whenever I came here. Next month will be my year and a half of sobriety. But it gave me my life back in Christ. It gave me a relationship, and it gave me the understanding that I never had. Yeah,
absolutely. Well, Shalina, I bless you. I bless your time here. I bless the rest of your day. That you go and you I always like to remind the men that I mentor. I always tell them, I say, go, be, and do. And go and do what Jesus called us to be. Be like Jesus and do it the way that Jesus did it. And so
Amen.
I tell you today, just go be and do.
Amen.
And I'm thankful for you. I'm thankful for Alex. I'm thankful the Lord has positioned us to front row seat to watch this transformation. And so I just bless you today, that your day will be a day full of blessing and a day full of insight. And that when you lay your head down tonight, you'll take one thing from your day and you'll say, I know that was the Lord smiling on me today. As Pastor Christie calls it, it's a God wink.
Yes.
He winked at you a little bit today, and you'll know that when you lay down to rest. Okay?
Thanks,
I love you.
Love you too,
I bless
Pastor.
you. Yes, ma'am. Thank you. At Faith City Mission, we're committed to feed the hungry, to clothe the needy, and to shelter the homeless, and to preach the gospel, to bring hope, healing, and transformation to those in crisis. By partnering through donations, volunteering, or raising awareness, you can help amplify this impact by meeting needs, spreading God's grace, and making a lasting difference in our community. Ready. Hello, I'm here with Giselle.
Hi.
This is our final interview of our 24 hours on the bench, conversations on the bench. Giselle, you've been at Faith City Mission twice?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, and so I'm not as interested in talking about why you were here before and left. That to me does not matter. But what does matter to me is I want to kind of hear from you, because I've had the vantage point, not just from here, but from church and different things, to kind of see you and watch you from a distance. And so I want to kind of talk about from when you left here the first time to coming back this time, that gap. What took place?
Pastor Robert, first off, I didn't understand that the warfare, and I didn't understand the importance of maintaining deliverance, but I understand now that I was severely in denial. I was dealing with dissociation unknowingly. Mental health was a big factor in my life, and I remember the Lord healing me from schizophrenia. I didn't even know that I was living with schizophrenia my whole life. I never had a sound mind, so I was very homicidal, suicidal, and would self-mutilate. And so I lived life definitely on the edge and tormented, and I got a little bit of freedom, and I didn't understand what the Lord was trying to tell me and do in my life. And I was stuck over my son. I had a CPS case at that time, and I was grieving, but my heart, I didn't understand. My heart has been sick all this time. And I made my own decisions and made my own interpretations and leaned on my own understanding. And I got myself into so many different positions in life that were detrimental. And I seen the Lord really protect me and sustain me, getting involved in ministries that weren't really for me. And I really I just really I really am thankful for the Lord for keeping me. And I know that I have an interesting relationship with the Lord, and I remember having dreams, and I remember you and Pastor D were picking me up, and I remember a dream particularly that I had, it got interpreted by Miss Pam, who's my spiritual advisor, and I started seeking the Lord and paying attention to the warnings that he had. And so I feel like the prodigal, I came back running, and I'm meant to be here at Faith City Mission, and this is what the Lord has for me here.
Yeah. So, my favorite part of the prodigal son story, we talk about that he went to his father and said, I want my inheritance. He went out, he squanders the inheritance, and the scripture tells us, on wine and women. And then we jump from there to he's eating from the pig trough and he ends up back home. But what we forget is between eating in the pig trough and going home, there's a moment. And in that moment, scripture says that the prodigal son found himself eating from the pig trough, and it says he came back to himself. What does that mean? It means that he came back to realize his true position. And he even says, he comes back to himself, but he says, I would rather go back to my father's house and be a servant. But it's that moment, it was the same thing for you. It was that moment of you came back to yourself. And then you said, you know what? There is so much more that I can do and be and I need. And so with that being said, you reached out for help and you came back. And so with that, I've got a couple questions. One, since you've been back, what has been the greatest lesson that you have learned at Faith City this time?
I learned the importance of full surrender. On July 27th, I fully surrendered. I learned that submitting to authority that the Lord had put in my life is really from Him. I learned the importance of the body of Christ and staying connected and being planted in the church. I learned that I couldn't do life alone, and I kept finding myself in addiction and relapsing, and I'm like, Lord, there's no transformation in my life. And this time, coming back, with so much shame and guilt and just conflicted, I learned that I fully repented, but I also learned that God knows what's best for me.
Yeah.
And I've learned that my heart has been sick and has been deceitful above all things. I've learned that His word is alive and true and active, and His discipline those trials, and He knew everything that I was going to go through. He knew every decision that I was going to make. And He knew me so well. And come back to Faith City Mission, I had no idea when He showed me Pastor Robert and Pastor D picking me up. I had no idea y'all are both the directors. And He knew the structure this year compared to the first time, everything that I needed to, the curriculums to, I see the Father's heart. I see the love. I see the gospel simplified. And I'm learning about my identity, and I'm actually believing what is for me.
Yeah. So, you know, I shared earlier in some of these interviews, in Proverbs, it says, there is a way that seems right unto a man, but its path leads to destruction. But then later in Scripture, it says, if you'll submit your way to the Lord. So I submit my will to the Lord. It says He will establish you. When we submit ourselves and we allow Him to establish us, His establishing is far more than anything we could do in our own understanding, our own power. And that's so much of what we do here. It's, you know, a lot of people are like, man, this program is so hard and it's so intense, and it is, but it is so that you can come to the end of yourself, fully submit to the Lord so He can establish you. Because once He has established you, you don't go back. You don't have the desire to go back out into the weeds. You don't have the desire to go back to the same people. You don't have the desire to say, you know what, I'm going to throw my hands up and give up. You say, Lord, I'm going to stay the course with You. And that's why the way we do things with, you know, the way that we interact with the homeless, the way that we prepare for them and take care of them, but then also the way that we try to grab those out of the homeless situation and bring them into one of the programs or get them a resource. And then those of you that don't come out of the homeless situation, but you come in and you enter in, you're all looking for the same thing. The pathway may be different of how we've got there. You're all looking for the same thing. And so we're very intentional in making sure you are fully equipped. You know, I don't know how many times I've heard Miss D say to women at the graduation when she spoke for them, she looks them straight in the face and said, honey, you are fully equipped to go and do this now. And that is the reality of coming back, submitting yourself, getting out of the way and say, I'm gonna be established by You, and I'm gonna be fully equipped to go and do greater things. And so with that being said, you know, you had been here before. Very different structure.
Very different.
Very different structure before. We have completely revamped these programs, especially the women's program. Why is this time in this program different for you than the last time? What is the difference for you from the first time to this time?
It's really the whole structure. It's the whole layout from all my teachers to how everything, I have structure, I have accountability, I know I'm safe and secure. The walls that I was carrying of self-protection and survival, those are coming down. You know I don't have to look over my shoulder. I don't have to second think. And it's given me an opportunity to face and confront myself and no longer have to run. I can run to the Father, and I can run to my spiritual advisor and mentor and pastor. And I know that the people here, I see the Father's heart. I see the body of Christ truly come together, and I get to be a part of that and to learn that I could be an ambassador. I can do all things through Him. I don't have to live like a victim anymore. I don't have to let my past define me. Yeah. And I'm just blown away because of the fact that I'm learning how to live life abundantly, and I don't have to wait to go to heaven.
Yeah. You have the blessings of heaven now.
Yes!
And so, and that is the key, that we're not waiting for the sweet by and by. We get to do it kingdom right now, with the blessings of heaven right now, to live the victorious life right now. Yes. And that's the beauty of the gospel. And so, you know, Giselle, I'm thankful that you came back. I'm thankful that we have this opportunity to partner together. You know, when I do a pray-in with the men, one of the things that I thank the Lord for, and I always tell them the same thing, thank you for entrusting that individual to us. And so I say that to you. I'm thankful that the Lord has entrusted you to us for such a time as this, to see your life transformed.
Amen.
But not just for you, but for future generations and for other women that are going to come across your path, and you're going to see yourself in them, and you're going to say, hey girl, let me come alongside of you. Let me teach you some lessons now. Let me hold you accountable and see their lives change. And so I bless you today. I honor you. I love you. I'm thankful for you. I'm excited to see what your future truly looks like now, with a new sense and a new direction, a new view of who you can be and who you are.
Amen.
I look forward to the gift that becomes for you. And so I thank you for coming out and sitting on this bench with me this afternoon and just being genuinely you. I appreciate that about you. And so I just bless you today.
And I bless you too,
Yes,
Pastor
ma'am.
Robert, and I bless everyone here at Faith City Mission. Truly, 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 I see y'all really walking with the Lord in truth, in spirit. You know, John 4:24. And I just know that God is going to do a whole revival. And, you know,
Amen.
I see him. And
Yeah.
so thank you so
Thank
much
you.
for letting the Lord use you.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
you.
Well, we're gonna wrap it up. I want to give a quick shout out before we finish and we log off for the day. I want to thank our staff here at Faith City. This was not done by myself. There are people behind the scenes that organized interviews, that raised funds to help take care of this. Our PR team came together with our development team. Hannah Burton, our PR director, Macy Ocheski, our donor outreach coordinator, Heidi Keithley, our development director and fundraiser. They came through when we started talking about this. They said, here we are, let's do it. And they worked tirelessly to make sure this happened today. I thank them and I honor them. Miss Shannon Schaefer, she made sure, hey, let me tell you something. You can't win without a partner. She made sure that we were caffeinated. She made sure we were hydrated.
Amen.
She made sure that we were fed. We lacked for nothing. And so we're thankful for her encouragement, her prayers. Lacey Whipke, she works at our front desk, coming back and checking on us. Hey, what do you need? Just praying for us, encouraging us. It was a team effort
Amen.
to get this done. And then I also want to thank our sponsors, Choice Media. They have been a great sponsor to us. They have advertised for us multiple times. They advertised this for us. Stacy and Shane Hand with Amarillo Family Wellness. They not only does he serve on our board, but their business has supported us financially, and they have adjusted our staff and our students for years to make sure that we are healthy and whole. Randy and Paula O'Neill, you heard from Paula as well. She's on our board, but her and Randy have been great partners for many, many years, so we honor them and thank them. Mark and Mig Owens, Mig serves on our board. They have been phenomenal. They supported this. And last but certainly not least, our title sponsor for this thing donated their time, donated their equipment, came in the middle of the night because our lighting wasn't right and fixed it. David Martinez with Creative Cannon and his team, they went above and beyond to make sure that this was done with excellence so that we could communicate with you. And so we love the city of Amarillo. We love the surrounding areas. We are thankful that we get to be a part of this community.
Amen.
And to get to play our part in our part of the city, but to change the lives of people. And we do it with you. We do it for you. And we are forever grateful to you. And so I bless you. I honor you. And I thank you. Have a great afternoon and be blessed in the name of the Lord. What we do in life echoes in eternity. For more than 70 years now, Faith City Mission has stood as a place of hope and renewal, dedicated to serving those in need by providing food, clothing, shelter, and the love of Christ. From our humble beginnings until today, we continue to faithfully steward the resources entrusted to us, making a meaningful impact in our community and beyond for His glory. It all started in 1951 with Dick and Bea Hogan. At the core, the mission has never changed. Today, more than 50 men and women are thriving through our discipleship programs. 24-year-old Nicoya